Two. I'm Khyati Kawa, and I'll be your host for today. With over 200 plus million active social media users in India, influencer marketing has emerged as a powerful tool for brands to reach their audience. I'm sure all of you are on social media. Is there anybody out here who's not on social media? Can raise their hand? No, right? That's the world we live in. Ladies and gentlemen, the industry is expected to grow at a massive CAGR of 25% to become a 2,200 crore enterprise by 2025. What sets this industry apart from other marketing initiatives is the bond between content creators and the audience. Now, this trust is fueling the industry's exponential growth, with brands leveraging this bond to market products. With the industries expanding, with more brands joining the bandwagon, a number of challenges have, of course, cropped up. Fake influencers, paid content, and misguided target audience are some of the challenges that brands continue to struggle with. Through this engaging day-long event on the future of influencer marketing, we hope to find workable solutions to the challenges posed by this growing industry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year's conference is Trust-Based Paradigms for a Brave New World. Well, before we get started, we'd like to thank all our partners without whose contribution this event wouldn't be a success. Our co-powered by partner, AnyTag, global influencer marketing platform. Our co-partner by Radio City, Dode City, FM Boleto, Radio City 91.1 FM. Can we have a big round of applause for our partners? And just to kickstart this event, we'd like to quickly showcase our partner audiovisuals. Can we have that, please?
Started writing a chronicle to celebrate stories with style and finesse, to honor success and to mark new beginnings. The Titans deserved the grandest celebration, and we made it our aim to give them glorious experiences. We gathered Indian business leaders under one roof to witness the biggest jubilation of triumphs. We created this marquee property to recognize victories of the best, where we presented over 100 awards across various categories, making Business Titans an unrivaled platform for recognition, and successfully formed the very first League of the Extraordinary, where leading Indian business entrepreneurs were glamorously commemorated. An evening that was filled with out-of-the-world entertainment, appreciation, celebration, and engagement. with celebrated Bollywood actors. A perfect podium raised for the leading business fraternity to meet, network and build probable partnerships. This is just the beginning of our celebration. We will continue honoring our successes through the years to follow. Business Titans 2022, the lead of the extraordinary.
Once again, thank you to all our partners, ladies and gentlemen. Influencers, we have all been part of this community. Whether we want to be informed of the trends, whether it is the trust that we have on them to choose the correct brand, we all are consumers of the content that these influencers create. And we know that you, in your own right, are influencers of this industry. So here is what we'd like you to do. You can use our hashtag ERM Inca Report or the hashtag Impact Digital Influencer while talking about this event, posting pictures, sharing key takeaways of the sessions today. We'd love to be part of that conversation, and I'm sure the wider audience outside this room would also benefit from it. So don't forget to use the hashtags. And moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart the conference and not keep you waiting any longer, I'd like to request Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder ERM, to please join us on stage for the welcome address.
Thank you, Khyati, and a very warm good afternoon and welcome to all of you. I'm really glad to be here at the second edition of the Exchange for Media Inca Influencer Marketing Report Unveiling. As many of you already know, last year we launched a new initiative. It was the first year, and owing to the pandemic, we conducted the event virtually. So here we are in physical form, and I'm glad to see a full house at the start. I was telling some of my friends, post-COVID, we're seeing a lot of people turning up in numbers to attend events, conferences, and award shows, and that's a good sign for a business like ours, and also for people who are here to partake of the knowledge and the insights that you will see coming your way through the day. What we've tried to do in the last 2 years, as you might have noticed, is that the growth of technology, digital, the growth of advertising has opened up a whole avenue of opportunities. Influencer marketing is one of them. I recall a conversation recently with a friend who's in the investment banking domain, and telling him that all the big verticals of marketing communications, whether it is advertising, marketing, media, will change forever in the coming years. If it has already not happened, advertising in the next 2 years will be all advertising tech, what we have come to know as ad tech. Marketing is already becoming a lot of it is becoming martech. Media companies, the way we see them, we know them, we understand them today, will all be media tech. And the sort of intersection of all of these is creating these new domains. Like we are standing, I'm standing here today and talking about influencer marketing. This is a report we launched last year, and this is the genesis of this lies in the entire brand ambassador, hiring of large celebrities that has existed for many years, that is now, because of the growth of digital, morphed into what we have come to know as influencer marketing. While brands are quick to jump onto this brand wagon, so to say, get into this domain, start spending money. Like a report last year said, almost 1,000 to 1,200 crore rupees is going to spend on this. Mind you, not counting media spend, because that is extremely fragmented. Mapping how much money is being spent on media while these influencers are being used is much impossible. So we stuck to mapping as to what is the amount of money brands are spending on influencer marketing, and that money was around 1,200 crores, likely to grow to 15 and beyond. This year's report will tell you more. But what remains true for brands pre-digital era is even true today, which is stick to your 4 P's of marketing. Purpose-driven marketing has become even more relevant today, while we deal with so much clutter and what's going on in the environment. Social inclusion, diversity, sustainability, these are the themes that that remain relevant while we start doing new things. Some of the things that, influencer marketing is also kind of, shining a spotlight on are how brands want to use influencers. So there is always a debate about, going with the A-listers versus working with some of the micro or the nano influencers, whether we are using influencer marketing in a tactical manner or a strategic manner. Lots of, data points being utilized, because, digital gives that opportunity. A large number, majority of the usage on for influencers is happening on, digital platforms. But as I said, and whether you want to, craft long-term partnerships with these influencers, that is very important. Instead of dipping your toes to do, tactical activities, you want to build a narrative that lasts over a long period of time. Influencer marketing, one of the reasons, obviously, it is also growing is that, all of us sitting in this room also secretly, want to be influencers in our own right, to grow our social media following, to become famous on social media. And I think that's also driven by the innate human need for recognition. So it's kind of very beautifully intertwined with, uh, a primary human need, as well as, marrying the need for brands to reach out to a large set of customers. I'll finish uh, by thanking our partners, Group M, Prashant, Ashwin, Satya, your entire team, Kunal, everybody who's worked hard on this report. Thank you for, partnering with Exchange for Media and curating knowledge through this. I'm sure that as we move along in the next few years, the report will throw a lot more light on how this domain is going to grow, the new insights that will come to the table. This year's report also includes significant marketers survey, what brands and marketers are thinking about the domain and how they wish to invest in it. I hope you will find it very insightful and useful. I'd also like to congratulate all the winners at the second edition of the Exchange for Media Influencer Marketing Awards that will be held tonight. Many of you, I'm sure, are going to be present in the evening, the brands, the agencies who have done fantastic work in this domain. So my congratulations to all of you who will be here on stage. We've had, fantastic participation this year. Michelle tells me 650 plus entries. So that really tells you the amount of work that is happening and the huge interest this domain is already inviting from brands and marketers. Thank you again for being part of this journey, for being here today. And with you, I look.
Mr. Ahuja, may I request you to please stay with us a little longer? As we are going straight into unveiling this report, I would now request Mr. Prasant Kumar, CEO South Asia Group M, to join Mr. Ahuja on stage. Have a big round of applause and welcome Mr. Kumar on stage. We're going to unveil the most awaited Inca India Influencer Marketing Report. May I request both the gentlemen to kindly do the honors? All Mr. Ahuja, I'd like you to take a seat, and I invite Mr. Kumar to share the highlights with us of the report.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it's obviously, as Naval mentioned, highly delighted and looking forward to the second edition of the influencer marketing session from both the Forum and Inca. I was just, when Naval was speaking here, I was just thinking about it. 10 years back, if we had thought about, having a session like this, maybe it would have been more, a possibility. And when you look at last 2-3 years, I think the way the digital acceleration happened and the significance of the entire space of influencers, etc., has, further accelerated the significance of this channel in the entire marketing space. So before I get on to some of the highlights. Again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the forum team, right, working along with the Inca team and getting this session organized. It's also interesting to notice if you look at the agenda of the how the day is that multiple topics, including involving how to use this to improve brand love, how to look at it from social commerce, how to use some of these influencers and leverage them. There are very interesting topics, and there are already people who have done it. There are already brands who have used it and are also sharing their thoughts and their learning. So I'm sure the day is going to be more insightful. As I said, as we witness the entire digital acceleration playing a critical role in the modern marketing era, channels like influencer marketing are only becoming more significant. And we all are witnessing influencer marketing as playing a vital role in not just in productivity of brands, but shaping brands appropriately to consumers. It's becoming a powerful tool for any marketer wanting to reach out to new audiences and engage with them. As we just launched the report, and it would come to all of you to your hands soon. Some of the key highlights that I can share here. Let me try and do that. It is poised to grow at a robust 25% CAGR for the next 5 years. It has actually grown almost like 42% year on year, which is from 900 crores in 21 to an estimated 1,275 crores in 22. And mind you, these are not including the media activation numbers. So that's even bigger, larger, spends associated and linked with the entire channel of influencer marketing. So that's why influencers are divided into macro, nano, and micro creators, depending on the number of followers they have. And over 75% of brands consider nano, micro, and macro influencers as key to building and sustaining brands over using celebrities. When it comes to content, people are comfortable with accessing short form video content across platforms such as Instagram, YouTube, Shorts, Mo, Josh, and Takatak, and others. We, while doing the survey, getting the report, working on it, found some very interesting findings. 80% of the respondents feel that the short content formats would continue to remain the main format of content preference, irrespective of the platform. Consumers have become increasingly conscious of the digital trust and authenticity of influencers, and 90% of respondents who are part of the survey have pledged to be the ASCII compliant. In terms of creating effective campaigns, the majority of brands using AI preferred AI-powered tech platforms in aiding, selecting, optimizing, and creating them. Over 55% of brands consider live streaming and social commerce as emerging and more effective modes to influence the purchase. So as I said, this is quite an evolving landscape. In fact, today when we go and talk to marketers, we have brands actually repeating the usage of this entire channel. We have lots of learning that is happening, which is actually using to grow the brands, multiple areas, getting new audiences. We have a lot of curiosity coming from the marketers to see how this can be used wisely and intelligently to get more productivity. So all this is obviously helping us to navigate the entire marketing effort in this changing landscape. We hope this report will play an important role for marketers, influencers, and brands to understand how influencer marketing is taking shape in the country and how they can leverage this to grow business. I just want to thank you all attending this session. Have a good day and enjoy the day. Thank you.
I'd like to stay a minute. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. We have a very special announcement to be made, and for which I'd like Mr. Ahuja to join us on stage as well. Anybody here who creates memes? Oh, some of them there. All right, so you're going to love this. So what we've done is we've tried to creatively put all the highlights of the report in the form of memes for quick consumption of an industry who likes quick consumption, right? So I'd like Mr. Kumar and Mr. Ahuja to unveil the memes that has the highlights of our report. It will come up on screen as well. Mr. Ahuja. And while you enjoy these memes, of course, we encourage you to create your own and bring the spin to it. Gentlemen, can you all keep that for a bit for the photograph? Thank you. A little more. Thank you. That's good. Thank you very much. Stay a moment, please, gentlemen. I'd like Mr. Ahuja to present a small token of appreciation, a memento to Mr. Kumar. Can we have it on stage, please? Thank you, Mr. Ahuja. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward. I'm sure you'd like to see these memes one more time on screen. So can we remove the easels and have the meme flashed on the screen, please? Yes, and here we go. We have some music. But moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first keynote session from David Woodward, Global Managing Director, INCA. Since David is in a different time zone, we have a video presentation from him. So can we have David's presentation, please?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today as a keynote speaker at this wonderful event. My name's Davs. I'm the Global Managing Director of Inca, and today I'm going to talk to you about the next era of building brands through influencing anywhere. Before we look at what's happening next, I'd like to reflect a little bit on what's gone before. Influencer marketing in one form or another has been around for very many years and has gone through many iterations in its evolution to what is today a $16 billion industry. This growth is set to continue, and it's clear to see why advertisers continue to lean in. The first phase of development was, of course, the advent of new social channels. These channels introduced new formats, styles, tones of voices, and allowed human content to be discoverable to wide audiences. Me at the Zoo was uploaded to YouTube in 2005, a moment which the LA Times described as pivotal in fundamentally altering how people consumed media. 5 years later, the release of Instagram transformed the industry. Then over the following years, we've seen social channels like Snap, Pinterest, BeReal come into play, which further diversify what influencers can achieve. The number of places content can go has also grown significantly. And allied to this, we've seen the establishment of content creators growing bigger audiences and expanding their reach beyond the limits of their native channels. Influencers have grown into new mediums like podcasts, TV, literature, and even creating brands of their own. Influencers spotted the possibilities of reaching new audiences in new channels very early on, and it's now not only a social only discipline. But there have been, of course, growing pains. As the industry has evolved, bigger players, be they regulatory bodies or social channels themselves, have impacted how the social influencer marketing space is governed, especially in relation to authenticity and ad disclosure. Rules, regulations, and structures have forced the industry to adhere to new market standards, but it's also provided a level of assurance and legitimacy, something here at Inca we wholeheartedly support. And this confirms that influencer marketing has come of age recently. This maturity comes with expectation. Bigger budgets will demand more rigorous proof of impact, even more so in challenging economic times. But it's worth remembering that this is normal. Every media channel has been through this process before, facing challenges to provide more data, become more versatile and integrated, and to contribute more value. Ultimately, going beyond being the shiny and the new and helping solve strategic client problems. At Inca, we believe that this maturing process presents possibilities and opportunities, something that we're very excited about, not just those of us who are influencer marketing advocates, but anyone who believes in content marketing to build powerful brands. And the reasons for this positive outlook is based in the data, really. Influencer-generated content is innately more impactful than brand-generated content. We know that audiences prefer to see influencer content, and when they do, they spend more time with it, and they are more powerfully compelled by the message that it conveys. And there's no doubt, therefore, that working with influencers at scale is an extremely powerful tool for building brands. It also has the benefit of being both creative and a performance medium. It presents brands with a way to create a large volume of content inexpensively and to generate outcomes through the outcomes and the performance that the publication of that content delivers. If we can just put it to work in more places across the media plan, we can prove the impact of influencer content. And we've already been doing work in this space. We have found that influencer content performs better pretty much wherever you put it and whatever outcome you are looking to achieve. So I'll spend a few minutes considering what this new future can look like and share our vision for the role of influencers in future. We know that the space remains varied and versatile, which is one of its great strengths. And so by sharing this perspective, I hope to inspire debate and to add to the conversation that's happening today where you are. But there's no doubt that the new era of in this space will be about influencing anywhere. As I mentioned before, it's proven that influencer content grabs and holds attention. We also know that it's relatively inexpensive and can be produced at scale very, very quickly. And we believe that if it works in a social environment, it will work across channels, from TikTok to Times Square and everywhere in between. And that's really where I will start. Being able to repurpose influencer content into digital out-of-home screens is a trend that we'll see explode in 2023. Add a cutting-edge element of programmatic targeting and footfall reporting, and we can make this a measurable, accountable solution for brands at scale. And of course, we're already seeing a boom in KOLs driving commerce results for brands on native platforms or on commerce sites themselves. The APAC region is undoubtedly leading the way in this space, and the world's largest brands are demanding that we, as marketers, are taking these solutions across all regions and across all markets, which is hugely exciting. And we can take it further. By partnering with commerce platforms, we can repurpose content and distribute it programmatically to specific audiences across markets and at scale. Subsequent actions and sales can then be attributed to specific pieces of content, allowing us to understand which creators are driving the most commerce outcomes, and really closing that in the reporting of commerce metrics. Finally, as well as utilizing KOL content for better digital out of home and programmatic campaigns, we can utilize the same for another huge channel, search, product search specifically. Consumers engage with influencer content much more than a static product shot, and this is undoubtedly the future trend that we are excited about and that we see growing hugely over the coming years. And these are just a few examples of how we can influence anywhere. And we believe that these trends will continue to fuel the rapidly expanding industry that we're in. Before I finish, I'll leave you with some final thoughts. Influencer marketing will drive brand growth, deliver outstanding results across the funnel, from awareness to consideration to conversion and sales. However, we must ensure that content creation remains at the heart of the process, and strong content creation remains at the heart of the process, working with trustworthy and authentic creators that engage audiences in a meaningful way. This is what ultimately builds brand perception, influences behavior, and drives brand growth for clients. Thank you all once again for this wonderful opportunity to speak with you all today and for listening. And I wish you all a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, we have a panel discussion, a pertaining discussion that's going to happen on stage. While the stage is being set for it, let me once again remind all of you that you can share your pictures, key takeaways from the sessions, all through the hashtags E4M Inca Report and hashtag Impact Digital Influencers. Keep tweeting and sharing for the wider audience outside this room, and let us be a part of the conversation as well. Now, as you see, with so many chairs coming up on stage, of course, we have the industry leaders coming up for this discussion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with our first panel for the day, which will talk about building organic reach, the holy grail. What's the magic formula to get it right? Now, of course, as marketeers, we'll all would want to know how to get it right. So in a world of bots and mass followers, how do influencers build organic content? How does brand influencer content pass the barriers of algorithms and reach the end consumer organically? This and so many more questions are going to be discussed, answered, and deliberated on. So may I please invite on stage our panelists for the discussion. Join me in welcoming them with a huge round of applause. Ritu Mittal, Head Marketing and Digital at Join me in welcoming thousands of our sales marketing media and partnerships everybody. Let's not be mindful of any speakers who are doing. I'd like to welcome Head of Marketing and Corporate Communications at SBI General Insurance. A very warm welcome to you. I'd also like to invite Shiv Sani, Head of Marketing, Fashion and Lifestyle Reliance Retail. A very warm welcome to you as well. So many fashion leaders who are lovely in the room, and put your hands together as I invite Amrita Bharat, founder and CEO of Try Concept. Welcome to you. Let's welcome Shani, a finance influencer, joining on stage as well. Very warm welcome. And sharing this session, ladies and gentlemen, is Ashwin Khanna, who is President Investment, Trading and Partnerships at Prudent. Very warm welcome.
I think we need some more energy in this room. There are very little claps. I hope we'll have some. So when we were, kind of plotting, all of us on the sidelines of what we should be discussing, we ended that discussion saying that we'll try and make it free for all. We'll not have a rule saying that who's going to speak next. And if And especially if we have differing opinions, we will try and air it, and we'll try and cut into each other and air it. So we'll try and make it interesting for sure. So I think as marketers, as brand owners, as content creators, one of the biggest challenges we have today is how do we organically reach our consumers? How do we organically get and connect and engage with our audiences, right? And we try and deliberate on it a bit. But I wanted to actually, in a way, start with the only creator in this group, a creator who is over the past 3 years has had like a rocket ship kind of a growth in terms of the way he's built his followers on the back of some fantastic content. So, your journey on how you went about over the past few years and creating content which started engaging with audiences, and what's been your experience of what works, what doesn't work, because I'm sure that it was a learning exercise for you as well as you moved on.
Right. And hi everyone. Good afternoon. So I think it's still a learning experience. It's still open waters right now when it comes to short form content. But when I began like nobody was creating educational form of content on a platform like Instagram, right? Because Instagram was obviously trying to get into the short form game after TikTok. So people were creating the same kind of content which is already there on TikTok. So creating educational content was something which was unheard of in the beginning. Obviously, like what most people would do is just talk in front of the camera, right? And it's educational content. But obviously that did not work out that well because the thing that you need to realize is Instagram is not like, YouTube. Because in Instagram, nobody is asking for the content that's coming on their page. The algorithm is kind of thinking whether this content will blow up or not. But if the audience is just going to skip it and go to the next comedy video, the next dancing video, it's going to deprioritize your video. So the first big learning I realized when it came to short form content is that I'm not competing with other educational kind of content. I'm competing with everyone. So if I am not going to be, if a person wants to, if my video is not more entertaining than a stand-up comedian or an actor or a dancer, I'm going to lose out. So that's exactly what I did. I combined comedy and acting into finance, and that was a game changer.
I think fantastic insight, because what you said, that my competition is not really the other educational format content, but every other piece of entertaining content that exists on those platforms.
That's right.
And if I apply this from a brand's perspective, right? I think the brand is also competing in the same environment for audiences. So clearly the learnings that you had as a serious finance, that's a serious topic, right? But you realize that you have to make it fun, entertaining to really start engaging with people for the message to also get through. So clearly there's a message for us as brands, as marketers in what Sharan just said.
I'd just like to add something. So I just landed today at 4 in the morning and I traveled in Qatar Airways. Now I want to ask people over here, how many of y'all listened to the air hostess when she's explaining the safety guidelines? Can you raise your hands? Okay, 3 or 4 of us. Most of us just zone out, right? Now this flight, I got in at 1 in the morning and I listened to it entirely. Not because the air hostess was pretty or anything. It's because the content was made in such a way that it was so entertaining. It was not even the air hostess. It was shown on the TV. And there were actors who were showing the safety guidelines. And see, something that I learned was, do not keep your electronic device charged during takeoff, landing, and taxiing. That's another word that I learned. Now, I would have never have learned this particular information if that video which I was watching was so entertaining. It was filled with comedy, the professional actors. It was so entertaining, right? So that is the power of creating powerful content. So a topic as boring as safety guidelines of an airline, which you would have listened to thousands of times, and I watched it at 1 in the morning, right? And I was thinking of just falling asleep, but that video woke me up, and then I watched like a TV show after that.
Sharon had given a disclaimer right in the beginning that when I start talking, I will never stop talking. So you'll have to stop me. So but, he's still not gone into that mode yet. But Sahil, I'm going to jump to you because there was something very interesting you said earlier about how you started personally creating content for your brand and your products, the whole Gits range of ready to cook and ready to eat now, right? And what's been your experience in the way you start in the, and the journey of your content creation for Gits as a brand?
So I didn't personally start, so I didn't start in the videos as such. But we started social media very early in 2009 when Facebook first started with business pages or whatever it was called then. And I had a friend from school who said, I'm starting a social media agency. I said, what is social media? He said, well, Facebook, Twitter also. I said, okay, start it. Let's see what this is about. And what we were earlier discussing, a brand needs to come up with content that's people can relate to. For us as a food brand, cookery videos was the thing, right? But then we soon realized that's no longer a competitive advantage because everyone and anyone's doing it. So you also have to start adapting once you get, I wouldn't say get copied. It was just a very natural thing for people to put up their own, cookery shows and things like that. So eventually what we soon realized is that content, us making the video doesn't this thing. So we started collaborating with other sort of platforms. There was one called Gobble, for example, that we collaborated with, and then we realized that probably we should look at user generated content and looking at influencers. So what we then moved on to is encourage users to put it up. So rather than us make it, we encourage them to sort of take it.
And what worked there? Was it the authenticity of the content that was actually being created? Or was it, like Sharon said, the entertaining quotient of the content? In your experience, what kind of content has been working for you?
I think content, you also have to keep evolving. Initially, we had longer videos, then we had to do shorter videos, then we had to do user generated videos. So you have to keep seeing what the trends are. I think what works is you being true, not making, I think as a brand, sometimes we try and make too many claims. We try and make too many sales pushes sometimes. So we avoided doing any of that, right? We have other platforms to do sales and D2C or outdoor marketing, TV marketing, whatever we need to do. When it comes to social media, I think we are far more real, and we try and keep it as real as possible. So yes, entertainment is important, but at the same time, you need to keep evolving in that entertainment because someone is also doing that much better than you now.
Absolutely. I think we have amongst us Amrita, who's actually built a product, a brand, a business from scratch, and you've done it all to begin with. Of course, you're just thinking about offline experience stores now, but all of it has been online, right? And a category like hair care, which is very sensitive as well at times, right? So, what has been your experiences in while you went about building this brand? I understand you grew from like the first year about 2 crores as a brand to almost 50 plus crores now.
Right.
So phenomenal over 2 years.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Right, Ashwin, it was a very short time for us to create like a brand like this, to Tribe Concepts. But I would like to say something. We are 100% digital brand. And over the last 2 years, everything we did was, it's actually 3 years, everything we did was online. And absolutely with influencers. So I think like the way we have used
for this, right? It's a case study we have here of how influencers can help and grow a brand.
Yes. So I would like to actually say, how we have, our experience with influencers. See, the scenario 3 years back versus what it is now with influencers was very different. So 3 years back, an influencer was talking about the brand. It was one of the first times that influencers are talking about brands. And, the users, the followers, they were recognizing the brand. But today, even the biggest of MNCs are using influencer management. So today, we are actually discussing the right topic, that in today's scenario, if a brand has to win, if a brand has to get its recognition, it is the organic content that will make, its way. One more thing, what I really believe, like what Sahil is telling, like, relevancy of the kind of platforms that we are interacting with, relevancy of the kind of influencer we collaborate with. Somewhere what worked for us is we have worked with, like, the biggest of influencers, but what really worked for us is understanding the audience, our audience versus the influencers audience, bridging the right thing, on what do your followers want, what do our followers want. Now let us discuss together and create content on that. And of course, in terms with the changing scenarios of the today's, like how Sharon was mentioning today, everything is about entertainment. Like, like most of the times people want to look at entertainment and they also want to watch short videos, like Sahil was mentioning. So, this is something that, we have understood over the time. I think every month our strategies change with influencer marketing. Like we plan, like, a JFM and, like, a 6 month, but every month with evolving, changing times of influencer marketing, our strategies are changing. And thankfully, even now we are able to gauze that, organic content and take it forward. So yes, so I think one of the main thing that work for us is understanding what our influencers want versus the influences of the followers of the
The followers of
influencer want,
influencers. Yeah.
and creating content together, creating the organic concepts together, and then taking it out. So yeah, we have challenges also in this, because not every influencer is willing to listen to us. you know they're like, this is the only way we want to work, but thankfully for us, many times it worked. And yeah, so that has
Fantastic.
been working
Fantastic.
well. Yeah.
I think I want to do a quick recap here. So one is, Sharon, what you said, when I, as a brand or as a creator, am creating content, I'm competing with every single video out there, right? So I need to look at my competition universe for space of their time and everything as the whole universe, not just my category or everything, right? I think that's clearly one big takeaway from me. Uh, you could make something as serious as finance very interesting and entertaining while still giving a message. Uh, there's also this thing about authenticity and credibility and being constantly ready to pivot and change your strategies, like you said. And one takeaway that I'm getting from you, Amrita, is that probably when you're working with influencer marketing, not probably, surely when you're working with influencers and influencer marketing, you need to have an always on content strategy. As in, you're not just a marketing person, you need to be a content person, and you need to be an always on content person to really start connecting with audiences and their followers, and obviously the influencers themselves. I'm going to jump to both Shifali and to here, right? Two categories. Obviously, like Sharon, yours is also in the BFSI space, in insurance. Yours is in healthcare. Uh, by nature, they have been serious categories, right? And usually we've worked through KOLs, we've worked through our channels to build the connect with audiences. Beyond what we've discussed on looking at building organic reach through social, what's been your experience of actually building organic reach through channels? Because both of you would have significant amount of KOLs who actually connect with audiences. And maybe Shefali will start with you, and Ritu will jump to you post that. Because these are two categories which are very different, and you actually have very strong channels as well.
Sure, Ashwin. Very rightly put that it's a very different category, especially in BFSI. Insurance is relatively a very complex subject. But I'm glad that, of late, at least since 5 to 6 years, even insurance has been accepted very well on the digital platform. And we are almost at par with all the digital gimmicks that every other brand or any fashion brand or even an e-commerce brand would be doing. So while influencer also has been working very well, as we were also speaking offline, that the offline influencer as well as the online influencer as well. So both are working very well. I would say from an insurance perspective, agents, the agent who sells the insurance are the biggest influencers. Yeah. So that channel, of course, is a direct business channel that will always keep on growing and that will be always sustaining. But at the same time, with the digital influencers also, it has actually helped with the brand take up the brand awareness level a notch up, I would say. In fact, I can put in an example of one of the digital property that we had launched was 7 minutes to good health.
Okay.
And that was purely a surrogate connect with the health insurance base that we have. But it's more of a breathing exercise, a guided breathing exercise campaign that we had launched. And we had Vidya Malavde as the face of the campaign. And we had purely driven that online to create more UGC. And we had a very heavy usage of influencer, both a mix of micro, nano, and a mega influencer as well. And it actually turned up very well connectivity overall in terms of the brand. And in the syndicate study, we also saw the brand, index had also gone really up. So definitely an influencer marketing is also influencing the insurance overall, I can say.
Absolutely.
However, it also depends on how the regulator guidelines are defined. Of late, every industry do have their regulator. Of late, there's a slight hinge in that. I would say that the influencer, which are the regular influencers on the digital platform, cannot influence or endorse a product or a policy unless they're actually buying that policy or they
I
are
think
a
that
broker.
then it brings us back to the discussion we were having a few minutes ago about how do you create content at the core which starts making sense and starts connecting with the audiences versus a brand plug alone, right?
Absolutely.
I think one interesting theme I saw in what you just said is, and I think not many of us have explored this. As brands, we have traditional channels, and those channels are very strong. How can you build a strategy which leverages the strength of these channels along with, like you said, digital influencers? And is there a way to do it even at the smallest of the geographic areas where you work with your local geography channel, find a smaller influencer who can actually create content which supports what the channel is doing on the ground? Maybe there is a route out there, there's a strategy out there for us to think about the offline online influencer network and build because influence is not just about social, right? It's about anybody who can influence my potential customer. So Ritu, over to you.
So nobody wants to watch advertising. That's the fact, right? People skip the ad. They are looking for the button to skip the ad. They are changing channels when advertising is. So nobody is going to watch advertising organically. We spend money to make people watch that. What people watch organically is content. And content, like Shan said, is entertaining, or content is informative, something new. It adds value to me as a person. And that's why I watch it. And today is the time of shorter content. Uh, I think a couple of points that were talked about. Who is the influencer we go to? So there are a couple of areas which become important when we shape the content and the influencer strategy for the brand. Who is the influencer? Who is my consumer? And I think data can help in a big way in identifying who is the right influencer to go to my right set of audience. And audience, when it comes to specifically digital, is no longer one big chunk of demographic audience. So we've done a lot of work on cohort based targeting, wherein even the influencers that we go to can be very specific to the cohorts. So for example, when we started working on Saridon, while Saridon is about headache, and like you said, healthcare is a serious subject. Headache is a serious subject. But when you get to the core insights around why people don't take a pill and what leads to headache, and you start bifurcating that using data and qualitative understanding, you get to the core insight, which in this case was that people actually hide headache or just live with it instead of taking a pill. And the core reason when we did a survey was that it's work related stress. We started identifying cohorts and we said, okay, it can be women who are stressed because of the work at home or relationship related stress. It's men who are stressed because of financial problems related, which was at peak during the COVID times. The Then you go to the right set of influencers who talk to these audiences, and you are able to actually craft content which connects with these audiences specifically. And even the influencers are then able to craft content more relatable to their own audiences, versus creating an advertising which is more appeal to all and more brand messaging. And I think the other thing which the difference between advertising and content, which as a marketer you need to remember always, is that yes, you want the brand to be there, of course, because it's not for charity at the end of the day, but it needs to be lesser on the brand and more on what the consumer is interested in.
Absolutely.
So that becomes very important. And then which platforms. So not every platform may work for every brand or category. You need to identify the platform right, and then use the platform to the advantage of the content. So Instagram may be the right content for certain categories. LinkedIn could be the right platform for another set of categories. You need to identify the right platform as well. Like you rightly said, that it doesn't necessarily need to be only online, right? So we did this interesting piece where, so doctors, of course, are very important influencer for healthcare. When we launched a brand recently, nutrition, we actually reached out to doctors regionally, and we did content in print with those doctors. And we went to, so for example, if we went to Calcutta print, we reached out to a senior physician in Calcutta who had some recognition also in that geography, and did content with that person there in print. So that sort of granularity, even in offline and with KOLs and doctors,
I
can
actually
work very
love
well.
what you said about applying the concept of influencers beyond the platform of social into other ways of connecting with, through other forms of media as well. So why only social? Why not content which goes through television or print or any other form as well, whichever works? But it's a good segue into something I wanted to kind of throw it. Obviously, you're going to be common in all the questions, right? But more to you, Saibal and Jayesh. Ritu spoke about how understanding data, understanding your brand's purpose, need, understanding and looking at data from a perspective of cohorts, and looking at that not just from a top view, but looking at detail, become very critical to drive accountability and results for brands, right? And why I pulled you in is because you create content not just for yourself, but for brands as well. And I'm sure brands have a certain expectation from you. But before we come to you, I want to throw this to Jayesh and Saibal. And from your experiences of working with brands, and you've both worked in multiple categories, it's not just where you are today. How have you seen the investments that you make from an influencer and from a content perspective? How have you been able to do accountability of that investment? How do you measure that? What's been your experience with these two?
Hi, thanks, Sachin. I think in my current role as head of marketing for Midibuddy, we also look at it from a ROI lens. While the end objective is ROI, I would agree to all of my co-panelists here. I think the fundamental starts from first knowing your consumer. What consumers really seek? Is he or she seeking information? Is he or she seeking entertainment? And healthcare, especially the space which we operate in, like right from online doctor consulting, offline doctor consulting, labs, health checks, surgery care, medicine delivery, we are a platform. So, but the common thread is a consumer doesn't think of anything related to healthcare unless there is a need. So no one casually goes to a doctor. You have a problem, you go. So that kind of consumer insights, and this is true for all the other categories also, is very important. So most important is understanding the consumer, what is that he is seeking, what are the channels, and these channels could be online, could be offline, that he normally sort of is seeking that information or he likes to hang out with. And then you do the second part of it, like who are the people whom does he look up to? Influencers are those people whom he probably relate to in a more authentic way than just a brand broadcast communication. So the key here is to identify who are the people your audience look up to for their needs.
So,
And
so
then-
how are you actually measuring ROI when you do this?
So coming to that, I think we measure it from the revenue directly. So if you look at hard marketing ROI matrices, it's the incremental revenue which we generate versus the spends. That's also a very short-term metrics. I am also building a brand which is more authentic, more relatable. Because if a consumer is today searching for, I will give you one example just to make it very clear. We have a very big corporate business where we give healthcare wallets either funded by the insurance or by the corporates. Now, these have also got tax benefits. So if at the end of the year, and because Sharon is also here, so we'll relate to it. At the end of the year, sometimes consumers say he is a TCS or a CTS employee. He or she is seeking certain benefits, or he's a new joinee. He also doesn't know what corporate benefits are there. So he is today in the mode seeking certain information, especially around say January to March, when you are either in the last moment of filing that declaration or want to save whatever you can save. And if I am present as a brand today with the people whom already follow, like some of the financial influencers like Sharon here, and I put that message where I am catering to what he already needs. So I'm there. That's where I am generating ROI. I'm also building my presence there in terms of the brand visibility, connecting with him at a time when he needs me. I think then it's also short-term ROI, how much I spend on the influencer, how much I spend on creating that content. By the way, one of the things which also worked for us is we want our influencers also to try our product. If they want to create a genuine, authentic experience, they should also inform their followers about what they should need to watch out for. It's a 360-degree feedback which we want our influencers to also give. That way we have seen it's more genuine. We get better ROIs. We don't want to talk only about something which we do in TV, all the good things.
Nice.
Yeah.
Jayesh, you're actually in a very competitive category, especially when I look at influencer marketing. I think fashion and lifestyle probably, at least our understanding is about 20% of all influencer work actually happens in this category. One of the largest categories where investment goes on. And so you have a challenge of obviously breaking through the clutter of many other brands doing the same thing and making it accountable in terms of how do I actually measure the investment I'm making? Is it really working for me or not? So how are you doing that?
Ashwin, the first thing I would like to mention is once when it was all about brands were all about status, logo, exclusivity. But in today's time, I think brands are active actors in social conversations, driven by a renewed sense of purpose and responsibility. So the moment you pivot your communication or your content to a strong purpose, that becomes a key differentiating factor for you. Because there is very less margin for functional differences in today's time. Everyone is trying to do that. So the only way you can build trust and establish that emotional connect is through finding a strong purpose which resonates with your brand, and then driving that through your content and through the communication which you craft, which should be relevant at the same time valuable as well. So that was in terms of being different and unique, so to say. And in terms of ROI, we look at both the metrics, business metrics as well as brand metrics. So when you say business metrics, of course, how has it impacted in driving the footfalls to my retail stores or to the EBOs present out there? And in terms of brand metrics, of course, how has it impacted my brand awareness, brand affinity, likability? And this can all be gathered through influencer marketing report, which we get from our agency, social listening. How has it managed to drive positive sentiments for the brand? And then your brand track studies, which happen every quarter or every 3 months.
Okay. So Sharon, has any brand ever come to you and said, given you a target actually, and said, this is what I want as an outcome from when I'm working with you. Has it happened with you? A conversation like this?
No, never. Brands have never come up to me with a target. I set a target for myself because if I'm not able to fulfill that target, sometimes what happens is the brand is happy, but I'm still not happy with what I've achieved. Right? So
Sharon
that
is
happens.
not just an influencer; is also a very good marketer.
So
I think I think I can relate with Sharon is saying, because the way he built his channel, if he doesn't keep his followers happy and he doesn't do something which is very relevant to keep that engagement, he will lose his trust. So I think it's easy to.
But what's been your experience, Sharon, working with brands?
yeah, so I would say, see, I primarily work with finance brands. Fintech startups. So these companies have entered the influencer marketing game quite very recently. Maybe not more than 2 to 3 years back. I don't think they were doing this sort of stuff. It's mostly the lifestyle brands who were doing it, and now lifestyle brands are doing it mainly from the perspective of branding, not from the perspective of conversions. Let's say, for example, if I see an ad of Dove on Instagram, I'm not going to go and buy it on Amazon right away. But for a finance brand, these are mostly startups and they're looking for growth, right? And because that increases their valuations going forward and so forth. So they are looking at conversions, right? App installs.
So in a way, you're saying that what the content that you're creating is actually driving performance in a way for them.
Right. So even though brands are cognizant of the fact that influencer marketing is not going to be as powerful as performance marketing, because see, performance marketing, your target consumer might be shown the same ad 4 to 5 times and then he makes the click. Influencer marketing is not like that. He'll be shown it once because it's organic. It's not going to come up again in his feed, right? So there's a 50-50 thing. So brands know that it is a mix of both. We're doing branding, but if there are conversions happening, that becomes a very sweet deal for them. And generating conversions is obviously not that difficult, not that easy, because then brands go one step further. They're like, okay, you're getting me installs. Okay, but what's happening with those installs? Are they investing money? So they go all the way till the down of the funnel. So for example, with the brand that I worked recently, they told me that one reel which I did got them 2.5 crores in investment.
Wow.
Right.
Okay.
So they go all the way till that bottom of the funnel. Now everybody's not able to generate this. Now, if they go and expect this from other influencers, it's not right, because that is the main objective of influencer marketing. It's mostly from the branding point of view. Now, if conversions and all of that happen, that's a sweet spot. Now, you cannot expect it to happen from your first integration with them. You need to do it over a long-term period. Like I said, with one video, it's shown to him once. You can't expect that person to make an investment by just seeing your video once, right? You need to do it over a period of 2 to 3 months at least to see some big results.
That got me a question in my mind right now. And Shefali, if let's say you had to give a brief to Sharon right now, what would the brief read like?
Okay, that's an impromptu brief here. So I'll in a non-life insurance that are into, it's a bouquet of products, but I think what relevant would be a health insurance in today's times. So the brief would be that you have to talk about a benefit on health insurance and how in the need is you found it useful enough.
Sorry, how in the
need. So in case of a medical exigency is the only when you get to use a medical insurance. So that's what I want in a video.
Right. So firstly, because I've not worked with an insurance company per se, like only that particular company's product. I've worked with insurtech companies, which is like a aggregator of insurance companies. So in your case, what I would first like to understand is, what are the features that you have which you are proud of, which differentiates you from other insurance companies? Because until now, I've only been focusing on insurance as a sector, because insurtech companies don't really care about me talking about some specific feature of one particular insurance companies. It's more about educating the audience itself about insurance as a sector. That's what I've been doing. But if I were to work with a brand, like let's say one specific brand, I would first get to understand what unique features that you have, which is better than other insurance companies. Now, if there are none, I might probably not work with you guys. Just
So I'm sure with this, none of the insurance or any which is allowed to have an influencer talk about their product.
I think
But there are no
why, I think you reason why I asked this question of Shefali is because what she just said. She spoke a little while back about how the regulator is very particular about the fact that an influencer can actually sell a product or pitch a product, which means for Shefali, the challenge is how does she create and connect with the consumer and let them understand that it is important for one to have health insurance. So you're still selling health insurance as a category, not necessarily Shefali's brand.
That happens in the mutual fund industry as well. Even though what you're saying, right, the regulator doesn't allow promoting of a particular product at a scheme level. Even then, we see brands approaching for that. Now, there are no proper guidelines at the moment. SEBI is working on it right now. But in the absence of it, there is still something known as the celebrity guidelines, which doesn't allow us to talk about any product at a scheme level, meaning I cannot say invest in SBI mutual fund. I can say invest in a large cap fund or index fund, which is the category. So we still don't work with brands if they ask, to promote something at a scheme level. And most content creators that I know on Instagram stick to those guidelines.
I had an interesting point. Like, is that at all a point of concern? Like, if I am in the process of today creating online before offline for healthcare, now if I am seen as the one who is sort of opening up that opportunity or influencing my consumers faster, first before any other brands, by the process of creating that category, I will always have the largest share. Yes, other people may also gain, but I will gain the most. Yeah. So I don't think that itself is a concern, whether you are able to push your brand as a differentiator. But even if you are trying to move the category, we have seen significant success by only just talking about the benefit of a category of like why you should even consider online doctor before going to offline doctor. That itself is good enough.
Absolutely, you're right. You're right. And I think that's the brief that Shefali had, that how do I actually build this category for myself, right? So I'm going to kind of leave each of you with 30 seconds to kind of just say one thing which you believe this room should go home with, right? One key takeaway, it might be from this discussion or might be from your own experiences that you feel it's important for this room to really internalize. And Ritu, will start with you.
Sure. I think the one thing I would say is that when you think about influencer marketing, think content first. Think why should somebody watch that content on their own and share? What is the value add to the end consumer that you want to reach out to? And that question needs to be answered very honestly as a you putting yourself in the shoes of the consumer versus thinking about it as a brand manager or a category manager. If you're not able to answer that question, then you know that that is not going to gain organic reach, whether you do it from your own handles or you do it through an influencer handle. So that's
fantastic.
Most critical.
That's clearly one very, very big takeaway for us here. Jayesh.
Adding to what Ritu just mentioned, I always believe, especially when you work on influencer marketing campaigns or content marketing, brand needs to think beyond bottom line to begin with and pivot their entire communication to the 4 E's and just ask yourself while you're vetting or approving the content created by your creators or the agencies, is it entertaining? Is it educational? Is it engaging? And is it enriching the consumers in some way or the other? Because if you try and get, you would not be able to achieve all the 4 E's, but even if you manage to get or tick 2 E's out of the 4, there are very less chances that you'll go wrong. So that's one. And I think there needs to be a shift in the philosophy, the way we brief the agencies and the way we think. So usually when we brief the agencies, we tell them we want branded content. The moment you say branded content, you're giving brand the first seat. Correct. So you need to tell the agencies or your creators that we wanted a content from brand. And that's when you put the brand on the back seat and give the front seat.
I think it will be music to the ears of all the creators in this room here.
Yeah. So right. That's what we follow. And that's how we brief our influencers and our content creators. Because I always tell my team, content marketing and influencer marketing is like your first date. if you only talk about yourself in all possibility, there wouldn't be a second one.
Fantastic.
So
I think that's a good way to kind of
so we need to
summarize.
show people how we're going to help them succeed rather than showing how we are succeeding with their money. So I think if you follow these are basic tenets, most of us know it, but the question is how many of us really follow it. So if you follow it, life will be much easier, I feel.
Great. Only 10 seconds now for all of us. But Amrita, we'll come back to you the last. So you'll have the final word, right? You're the only entrepreneur in this group. The entrepreneur always gets the final word, right? Sahil, over to you.
So very quickly, I think influencer marketing, like we clearly said, is not just about influencers. It could be offline people. It could be also your users. And I mentioned a example offline for us. The best influencer marketing that happened was in COVID, where people would buy products and cooking, and everyone was showcasing their cooking skills online and putting it up. I think that is the best content that we could get out. If an influencer influences your users to put up content, I think for me that's the real.
Fantastic.
I completely second to that. The UGC is the best form of getting that more content, more organic reach and organic engagement, I would say. But a piece of 2 cents from my side also would be the 4 pillars of C: content, context, continued consistency, and the connect with the community. So the context is both important. One, from the content perspective, that where you are putting that content, and that again covers your brand safety net kind of thing also. And the second is that which influencer, what category of influencers that you are taking for that, right? Like the impromptu brief that we gave to a fintech influencer will not work for a BFSI brand. So that's also very, very important.
Correct. Thank you. Saibal?
I think it all boils down to keeping the consumer at the center of everything you do, and especially more true in terms of the way you create organic reach. You need to understand what your consumers want and then build that connect, whether you follow the 4C or you follow any other models. But that would be, I think, most important. Once you have figured that out, you will have to do it consistently over a period of time. Sometimes organic reach takes times to build. And again, the best examples of them are the influencers who have created their entire follower base from scratch. But it took them a couple of years. So I think being true to what your consumers want and then focusing on that.
Very important observation, Saibal, and I think it's a good segue to you now.
So 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Right. So I would try to take a different approach here. This is something which is really underpenetrated, I would say, in India, is to create a face for your brand, right? See, whenever I see a video of which has the company's name in it, I'm not going to watch it. But let's say you have put a collab of that video with your founder of your company or some other, face of your company who is not going to be your employee because that employee might leave. This should be a person who has stake in the company, right? If you kind of build that personal branding and attach it with your company's branding, there's nothing like it, right? Think about the best companies in the world right now, which is talked about. All of them has a face to it, which we talk about. So building that from within your company is the biggest investment that you can do. And if you do it rightly, you might not even need an influencer 10 years later.
I think fantastic, really good. And I think we've got examples of Shantanu and Vinita who are themselves influencers and also who run companies of their own, very successful companies. And I think that's the message for you. So I'm going to end this session with, your words.
Everyone has fantastically put down their points, but I completely agree with what Sharon has mentioned that, with influencer management and influencer marketing, there is a lot of micro-influencer, macro-influencer, and there are agencies which are offering like, you want to collaborate with 1,000 influencers, 5,000 influencers. But of course, as a brand, content is important. What our consumer want is important. But also the brand and the influencer maintaining the right relationship, or especially for the brand, I think every brand should at least have, even with the biggest of brands right now, we're talking about Vinita and even both. But, we have seen that, there are particular influencers that they have made relation with. And they have been talking about, those brands for the last 3 years continuously. So, it's for me, I personally feel that, maintaining relationship with the right influencers as a part of our brand, making them a part of our brand, I think will also personally work, in
Thank you so much, Amrita. And I think all of you had some unique thoughts. And thank you so much for taking time today, sharing your thinking. And we're 6 minutes up. Okay. But I had fun talking to each of you. And obviously, personally, you sharing your thoughts. And I'm looking forward that if any of you any questions later, please, all of us will be in the room. Please reach out. We'll chat. And yeah, look forward to rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. May I request all of you to just come forward together for a picture?
Thank you very much for that very engaging session. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is our session by Anytag's approach to the changing and ever-growing influencer and content marketing. For which, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Suchi Sethi, Business Head Anytag India, to join us on stage, please.
Hi everyone, I will not take a lot of time because I understand everybody's pretty hungry, and I apologize for my voice because I just got Delhi pollution to Bombay. All right, so just a small introduction as to what I do here at Anytag. We are an influencer marketing company. We rely on data, rely on a lot of other things to basically create strategies for our various brands. We started Anytag about 2 years ago with a very different approach. I mean, all of us have been doing influencer marketing. I've been doing influencer marketing for a while. And we've seen a paradigm shift as to what influencer marketing was to what it is right now. Okay, this technical issues. So like I was talking that, influencer marketing earlier was about Twitter, about key opinion leaders. And now it's aesthetically moved to content marketing, which we really rely on. We feel that influencer marketing is not just about talking in silos, but it's a much bigger thing, which is content marketing, of course. What we do here at Anytag is not just taking, simple basic influencers and creating silos. We try creating brand advocates for brands. We try doing covering a lot of data, getting a lot of research as to why a certain influencer is creating a better resonance with the brand. Obviously, there's a lot of past data that's involved when, a certain influencer works with a certain brand. like I said, it's just not about influencer marketing. It's just not about getting that one person. It's about creating content. So we don't really work with influencers anymore. We work with content creators. And that's exactly what we try to do here at AnyTag. So, like I said, that what at AnyTag is what we're trying to do. We're not coming to you and telling you that, what, just create so many pieces of content. Let's just do, these many pieces of influencers. We try and understand what the brand is exactly about. What is that we can offer on the table for your brand? What is that we can do better for the brand? Content marketing has really changed, and it's not the same what it used to be even a year ago. COVID has made us realize a lot of things. In fact, like everybody else was talking about organic content, we go with an approach to the brand of creating organic content, and hence we're able to work with a lot of brands, which are global, for a simple reason that we feel that influencer marketing is not just about talking in silos. It's about actually creating content that makes a lot of sense for the brand, and how we can create better brand advocates for the brand. uh, Working with influencers just once or twice doesn't really give you those results. We try and collate all the data. Data is very helpful. It's one of the best things that you can get. It's all available. It's more about how you churn your data. We churn that data with multiple campaigns, with multiple reports, and we try and creating an advocacy program for the brand. And that's exactly what we do different at AnyTag. Just one of the campaigns that we did for Nor, and it's a food brand, right? But we did not work with food influencers. The idea is, how do you connect to the audience? We're not creating content for the brand here. We are creating content for the consumers, right? So we need to understand that what is the consumer base about? How are the consumers reacting to a certain video? Which influencers are they creating better resonance with? The space is not just very limited now. If you're a food brand, doesn't necessarily mean that you have to work with a food influencer or a food content creator. It's about working with content creators who actually make better content, who subtly integrate your brand and subtly talk about your brand. And that's exactly what the audience is about. We have millennials and Gen Zs all around, watching this content, consuming this content. So we cannot be really straight line when we're talking about our brands, because consumers these days are not very straight line. So yeah, just some of the few things that we've done. And we're actually very proud of the kind of work that we're doing across with a lot of brands. It's about creating that differentiation factor for your brands, using data, using a lot of other things. We have a reporting tool. I'm not going to really give a sales pitch here, because honestly, I think everybody does that. You have enough that while your work hours. But like I said, data really helps us also at the same time. What we have, how we crunch data, how we create advocacy. Um, we don't really come and tell you that, okay, you know what, we're going to give you sales, because influencer marketing cannot really do that at the same time, right? It takes a lot of time for that to happen. There's a lot of gestation period. But the data that we give you in terms of resonance makes a lot of difference. It helps us choosing better influencers. It helps us give you the kind of content that you want with these content creators. At the same time, getting that right mix of content creators in order to hit that right spot for your audiences. Some of our achievements, which of course we're proud of. So in the past 2 years that we've been pretty much existent, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of agencies out there who are doing a lot of good work. We as a team, we don't really work as, we work as your brand consultants, because we love content. We're all content junkies at the same time. That's what I like to call our team. Uh, we try and create something that's lucrative, something that gives you those eyeballs, something that's different at the same time, something that's not normal straight line work that we're trying to do. And even if that takes a lot of convincing, a lot of data, we do give that things to you. So that's exactly what we do at AnyTag, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Suchi. And yes, AnyTags team is around. So if you'd like to meet them, do so during the networking lunch. But right now, I'd like to invite Mr. Sebel Biswas, Head of Marketing, PR, and Partnerships, Medibuddy, to please join us on stage. Is filled with even more excitement, with great insightful talk between Mr. Kaushik Mukherjee, co-founder and COO of Sugar Cosmetics, and Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder E4M. Also, the jugalbandi of brands and influencers striking the right chord with our dearest creators is coming up in the second half. We have some renowned influencers joining us, but right now we'd like you to please enjoy the networking lunch and be back here in 45 minutes. Thank you so much. See you back after lunch. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Requesting all our guests to kindly be seated, settle in. It's a session after lunch, so we'll require a little bit more effort on your end to bring that attention here. So can I request everyone's attention, please? Wow, this is a great after lunch chatter going on. But welcome back, all of you. I hope you all enjoyed the lunch. And now request all of you to please get seated as we have a very engaging panel discussion coming up for you, which will be talking about social commerce redesigning the future of influencer marketing. Before I can call in my panelists and moderator, I would once again request all those who are outside as well to kindly come into the hall, grab a seat, get settled in. You can't hear outside. All right, this is a paging announcement for all our guest speakers, everyone who's outside the hall to kindly come in. We are ready. The stage is set for the post-lunch session, so requesting your presence in the hall. If you can hear me outside, do join us in the hall. Grab a seat, get seated. We're ready to resume the summit, requesting each one's presence here. All right, with that, giving the heads up to start the session. So requesting all those who are standing there, please take a seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is going to talk about social commerce, redesigning the future of influencer marketing. How are brands leveraging influencers for social commerce? What are the strategies to make social commerce deliver ROI and increase brand recall? Or what challenges of social commerce are there, and more? There is so much that's going to be discussed, answers to these questions, and a lot of deliberations in this session. I'd like to invite our panelists amidst a huge round of applause. Please welcome Apurva Maheshwari, Head of Marketing. Very warm welcome. I would like to invite business head and honor to join us. And once again, requesting your applause as this postcard number once again out of it. All right, moving on, I'd like to invite the next panelist, and usually when it's taking advantage on TV, the business, a very warm welcome to your history. Everybody out there who's eating lunch, put their hands together. And not only our panelists who are lunch, finance influencers who join us on stage, welcome to us. And now, of course, we have such an illustrious panel. We need a session chair, and we have with us Atik Kaur, the President, Data Performance and Digital Product. Very warm welcome to you. Oh wow, so much energy in the room, Atik. I think we have our work cut out for us.
Yeah. Okay, so where's the energy? Guys, can we hear it again for all the panelists out here? I was just thinking that possibly how do we lighten up this particular session on social commerce? So I'm going to probably try to do an act, but if it goes wrong, then please excuse me. क्या आपको पता है कि social commerce $1 trillion economy होने वाली है? Okay, in 2025, and already it's 500 billion worth of it, and 373 of that comes from China. हम क्या कर रहे हैं? The nation wants to know. आज मैं चारों से पूछने वाला हूं कि हम ये सोशल कॉमर्स क्या भला है, हम इसको कैसे कर सकते हैं, और हम how can we excel from here? So the whole session is about kind of really decoding what social commerce is and what it entails for our marketers and the entire marketing community. I think she's already done the introduction for all of you, but I would like to start with exploring who's your favorite, personally favorite influencer that you follow on social platforms, and why specifically. So maybe we can start with you.
Hi. Oh, that's a spot. There's so many of them, right? Yeah, I would circle back to that one.
Okay,
There's so
sure.
many of them.
I mean, he's not on social media, but I follow Warren Buffett since like 15 years or so because finance is what I get content on. So that,
Right.
and because of my voice, probably Farhan Akhtar. I don't know.
So for me, depending on the stage of life that I am and my current interest, it keeps changing. So as a new mother, all the top mommy and parenting bloggers and influencers on Instagram, I follow them. And since you asked me this question, it was a kind of a reflection for me because I don't even remember their handles because they're
Right.
so there on my feed. I just know their content and their faces. So something to reflect on because they're all similar content and I take a lot of value from these content and they're there on my feed. I love to check them.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of discoverability on social is amazing, right? With especially the people whom we follow. Ifat, what about you?
Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out how to switch on the mic. So I actually was never even on social media till we kind of thought of Edamama, and purely because of Alia, the only thing that comes on my feed is all the Bollywood papas. So I ended up following the likes of Viral, Bayani, and I don't know who all because we need to keep a tab on that. But in the personal space, for me, mental health is something that I believe and I'm very passionate about. So, I mean, I normally follow a lot of handles to do with mental health.
Right. We can come back to your Purva. Yeah.
Brené Brown. Now I do recollect. I really enjoy reading what she writes about, her podcast. So that's something that I personally enjoy very much. Yeah.
Right. Cool. As I said, I mean, coming back to the subject on social commerce, as I said that this whole opportunity is so unprecedented, right? And somewhere most of the markets are just scratching the surface. We look at, obviously, we spoke about China and the kind of innovation that's coming through out there. We see live streams where millions and millions of dollars of transactions are happening. Then we see a lot of innovation that comes through from SEA market specifically, into kind of really identifying certain communities and selling effectively out there, right? So more of like KOCs who are actually become sellers as such. And then we have also seen from the data that comes through from UK and US is that a lot of influencers have actually now gone ahead and become sellers online for brands, right? I mean, there are marketplaces where influencers can actually catch up on a certain brief and create content which is end-to-end commerce led. And I think that's on the rise. Specifically on India, what we've seen is that we as a marketing community has been really grappling to really find out how we can scale and win on social commerce. So let's try to decode that. But firstly, more importantly, social commerce could mean a lot of things for a lot of people, right? I mean, their definition itself could be varied. So maybe it'll be to understand and decode what is social commerce. So maybe I can start with you, Anushri. What do you think social commerce is?
So social commerce for me is when there is a path to discovery and shoppability within the platform itself. I would categorize that as social commerce, and what it is not. I would like to emphasize very specifically on that because many marketers make the assumption or presumption that it's performance ad or content that is linked to your direct ad buys. So that is not social commerce. That is specifically performance driven. So we really need to be sure what social commerce is and what it is not, to therefore identify whether it is really relevant for your category and therefore deep dive into it, and also understand whether social commerce really makes sense for your category or not.
Right, right. Ifat, how would you describe social commerce if some layman comes in and asks you what is social commerce? How would you
See,
describe that?
social commerce is a shop opportunity. Okay, so it's where people are looking to shop, and along with the daily content that they consume, brands are giving them an opportunity to come and shop. So for me, that is purely social commerce. And coming from a brand which is hugely content and storytelling driven, we use a lot of our content and storytelling to drive all our stories on our IG handles, and we've actually realized and noticed that a lot of traffic that comes to us, we have the highest conversions in AOVs in terms of even session lengths coming in from our IG handles.
Wow. Okay.
So for me, it's basically good content that we give them to consume and offer shopping as an opportunity as well.
So if I can say it's shopping experience, content-led shopping experience for you. Okay. Kunwar, you are something unique in this panel, right? I mean, you are a finance influencer, and I can see in the previous panel as well, we had finance influencers. So there's something that's going on here. What do you think in your world is social commerce?
Sorry. So basically, I feel when a creator or an influencer shares his or her personal experience of using a product or a service, that's what social commerce is for me. And I am particularly very against people who are selling anything on the internet, or creators selling anything on the internet. So whenever we collaborate with a brand or we work with a brand, we mostly it's fintech or edtech brand. So we have apps. So we use the products, and if we like it, if we use it on a daily or weekly, monthly basis, whatever the product is, and then share the experience because we want to connect with the audience and tell our real stories, that's where the conversions are also really high. So as a creator, if you're sharing your true experience with the audience, they connect with you. So that is kind of social commerce for me.
Perfect. Up were your views, please.
I think pretty much what everybody touched upon, right? Where the entire journey of discovering a product, a brand, or a service to being convinced about it, and then finally to be able to shop within that same ecosystem or that same platform is social commerce, right? The easiest example of it that comes to my mind is the Shop Now feature that Meta platform sort of enable. That's the easiest example. There are obviously more evolved examples of what companies and brands have been doing and doing very well outside of India. I'm still to see some really standout examples, and I'm hoping one of my brands also sort of is able to crack it, do it well here in India.
Okay, so you interestingly mentioned that a post on social media having a shop now tag onto it, would that be classified as a social commerce for you?
In my mind, yes.
Okay.
In the purest definition, because is the checkout happening on the platform? Not necessarily.
Right.
But eventually, I'm hoping that the products or the platforms will get there, where the entire shopping journey happens on that platform.
So let me ask that, because that's an interesting space, right? And when we talk about like platforms like Meta, I mean, they're kind of really pushing the whole brand collabs piece so hard, right? And there are two aspects out there. One is you actually go ahead and create content as a brand, and then you add shoppability as one of the functions on it, and that leads to a social commerce angle. Or you also have an option to kind of really look at certain ads, okay, and add shoppability to it. So which of that is social commerce and which of that is not? So where the brands are the creators. Absolutely. No, I think that's really important, because just for the fact that you're selling online on a social platform, that doesn't classify as social commerce. So what I'm hearing from the panelists is that there is discoverability, there is shoppability, there is creator, and there is this whole mix of an end-to-end integration where the piece where we are talking about creators, we're talking about the whole commerce angle, and also more importantly the social channels, right? So these could be in forms of like live commerce, it could be in forms of in-app shopping experiences, could be community commerce, And that's exactly what the whole evolvement of social commerce as a space is. What I would also love to kind of really understand from you guys is, have you guys been part of any social commerce campaigns, or you've been privy to that, which has been really a standout and has created like a massive shift in the outcomes that you're going after? So probably, Ifat, you want to give a view on that.
So actually for us, it comes very naturally. And we keep using social commerce and pushing it on our IG handles and other platforms, because the brand is heavily content driven, right? So when you're constantly creating content, it's very easy to kind of put it out there. So just for an example, I mean, for Children's Day, we actually had a 7-day carnival for kids online. And we had a live, a puppet show on IG Live, and it was amazing to see the kind of engagement that we got. The engagement levels were really way more than what we expected. We actually created our own finger puppets that were designed by us, and the kind of calls that our CX team actually got post that asking for puppets, and even the clothes that were shown as part of the puppet show. So we didn't expect people to actually call in and ask for those things, but we actually saw that happen. We've seen the similar kind of response even when we've had shows on Mintra Studio, which is a fantastic platform, which I'm not sure many brands are actually exploring, but we've been working very actively with them, and we've done a few M Lives with them as well. But what I strongly feel is that the content that you use on these lives needs to be relevant. Okay, so if it's going to be purely an influencer just showing your products all the time and saying, you need to buy this, you need to buy this, that's not the kind of content that we're looking for. It needs to have a story driving it.
So relevancy is more important as well. Okay.
We've also, so just for background, bestseller retails fashion brands like Jack and Jones, Vero Moda, Selected and Only. And we do try to stay ahead of the curve. So we have been dabbling with social commerce and live commerce over the last and over the last 12 months or so, right? So we've been running different pilots to see how it works, and arrive at our own metrics in terms of what is considered as good performance, what are the best practices, and how do we iterate from there, right? So we have also tried social commerce. It's been encouraging for the women's wear brand, which is Vero Moda and Only. We're hoping to try that for Jack and Jones and for Selected as well.
Tell us a little more about that campaign that you did for Only and Vero Moda, right? So what kind of came out of it? What were the outcomes? Was it a campaign? So in case of Ifat, I see that the whole experience was fulfilling, but in your case, what was the experience that you had?
I think it was, because it was something that had just about started,
right?
And we did want to sort of try it out and see, what are the learnings in there. I think the very elementary learning that came for us was the fact that you need to also aid the consumers or the viewers or people who are engaging with the commerce piece. It is a simple thing as a conversion tool, right? Like give them a flash discount which can only be accessed and can then trigger the purchase. The other thing was also for us to have more realistic expectations from the outcomes we expect out of the activity, right? Typically for any sale campaigns or any performance campaigns or any brand campaigns that we do also, right? You want to increase your frequency, and people will typically transact with you if they're seeing you at a frequency. So having that expectation that you see one live commerce session or social session and then you are converting was also something that we had to calibrate internally.
Right. Anush, you have been a part of, you've been an influencer yourself, right? And a brand creator, and you've had, I think, more than 50 collabs with different brands across categories. You've seen this space a lot. You have come across one stand-up execution on social commerce, which kind of says this is gold standard.
Yes. So Ifat and Apurva spoke about the importance of content, right? And I would want to double click on that because in the previous panel, we heard about the importance of the 3 C's. I would like to bring in another concept of 3 R's, which is reach, relevance, and resonance. So often marketers fall for this concept that the more number of followers, the more reach, which is actually untrue in today's scenario. So I would like to share this example, and I know many of us might be familiar about this influencer Ari, with millions of followers, launched her own collection and could not even manage to get 36 buy-ins for her product. So
Wow.
this is an example of how, when you just, like if I spoke about that, this is my product and come and buy it, even with someone with crazy number of followers, may not be able to sell. So again, double clicking on relevance and resonance. Is your content really resonating with your audience? As an influencer and also as a brand. So as a brand that you're teaming up with influencers, or as a brand that you are reaching out to your core audiences, take care that you are really harnessing on your reach, your relevance, and your resonance, and not just going by the numbers alone. Because today, more than ever, we see micro influencers with niche following and with really low numbers giving a much better ROI than really big influencers and sometimes even celebrities.
Oh, interesting. That's the new RRR in social commerce. Kunwar, I mean, we have been talking about, like, some of the examples, and mostly it's in the space of fashion wear and, like, retail, normally what you see. And I've seen examples in beauty, personal care, etc., and all that. Do you think this whole play of social commerce is category specific, or it kind of really goes ahead to categories beyond the beauty, personal care, fashion, etc.?
No, for sure, it goes beyond. So I'll give an example. I'm not sure if we can classify it as social commerce, but one of the most successful brand collabs that we did was with a fintech brand, where I personally used their product for a month and then documented it and then made like a reel and a YouTube video on that. So that drove the maximum conversions as compared to the other plans, because the people could see how the app was being used, how the entire experience was. Because in most of the, let's say, fintech or edtech products, they usually have a website or an app. It's not a physical product that you can immediately sell. So it's either downloading an app or doing certain activities, that how you drive success there, right? So there I feel people sharing their personal experience and documenting that in real time works really well, because we see most of the people just doing like a quick integration in a video, right? That really people miss that out. And
Right.
so if we can document the journey, showing how you are using the product, that works fantastically with people, and they know that I'm using it and I'm not just promoting it for the sake of it or for the monies. Yes.
Right. Interesting. Any views from the other panelists on category specific on social commerce?
I do definitely think that certain categories and segments lend and have higher chances of this new way of reaching out to consumers, working for them, right? Beauty, say, Nykaa does it. They have a separate live stream pretty much all through the year, and they've got, beauty influencers or women who are trying out different looks and creating looks, right? Where you need to educate the customer as to how do you build a certain look. Likewise, Myntra's doing M Live, right? Which is, again, a constant ongoing activity where people sort of put styles and looks together, and it's more, again, educational. So beauty, definitely, fashion retail, definitely. Wherever there is need to educate consumers or have, have demonstration of the product, those categories would definitely lend themselves better.
Isn't that true for all categories? You need to educate for every category, right? Like you say beauty, but then if I talk about, let's say, a product like a small case, people need to be aware how the product needs to be used, and that's also a long-term demonstration. So I personally, the tracking mechanisms will be different, and
Right.
how the content will be created will be different. But a lot of products have started doing long-term collaborations where they are showing the entire journey of using the product as well. So, I mean, I feel all products in the beginning need some sort of education on how it's supposed to be used.
Actually, products which are new in the category, or you're trying to introduce an absolutely new category in itself, that's where you need a lot of education. So when you speak about fintech as well, because we are warming up the audience to use this, right? We are not used to even thinking about our finances, let alone trying out an app. So hence it really works for this new category of fintech. But if you look at FMCG, like I don't need to be educated how to use my toothbrush and toothpaste. So the brand can be still big. And if they're really coming out with a new category or a new variant, not category, I don't need influencers to talk about it. Or
Anything that's
talk
new
about
or needs some education, that's yeah, totally.
Oh, absolutely. And what role does communities have to play in social commerce specifically? Ifat, I know that you run a, NGO as well, okay, in those areas. Uh, and Anushri, you've been part of like building communities out here. So would love to know both of your thoughts as to what's the role of communities in social commerce.
I strongly feel that building communities really helps. In fact, when we launched Edamama, the whole thought was to create a mommy community that resonates the same philosophy of the brand and talks and truly believes in sustainability. So we actually started reaching out to moms, regular moms, who were following or rather were interested in conservation, sustainability, and were resonated the same philosophy. And we realized that over a period of time, we were able to connect quite a few moms. And in less than a year, I think we built a small community of almost 80 moms across the country, even in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. What is important is how you reach out to these people and how do you actually filter. So, building a community is very easy, but like she said, I mean, Anushri mentioned relevance. Is it relevant to your brand? Does it make sense to have these people associate with you? Is it adding any value to have them on board? That is the most important thing.
Absolutely.
To add on to what Ifat spoke about, building communities is again very important, but again is very category specific. So from a personal example, I lead a community of new mothers. We have around 200 mothers across India. And this aspect of social commerce takes a different role here because the members are influencers, because I've established a rapport, I've established credentials within the group, not for what I do in life, but just by sharing this same bond of being mothers. So when somebody would buy something and they would share that, okay, I bought this for my baby, and everybody would ask, okay, where did you buy it? And then one link, and then we joke about it that, okay, this product is going to go out of stock on Amazon because everyone is going to buy it. So it's the same concept of influencers, but at a much micro level, it's more authentic.
Far higher chances of conversion, right?
Very high chances, because you personally know who is buying that, and rather than believing or seeing content that, okay, this may or may not work, I trust this person in my close secret group. And communities are the way to go. And like the panelists here have concurred, it really depends on the category. So if it really fits your category, then that's something that we shouldn't, or the marketers shouldn't ignore. But also harnessing it, just creating a WhatsApp group for the sake of it wouldn't work. There has to be constant engagement and no hard product selling also. I know brands have made their communities and they create this safe space just to share. And that is what members would really value.
Absolutely. No, I mean, we know communities are important and how social is kind of really getting into it. And there's so many plugs that have been pulled across from there. And we see that the conversions that are happening from that angle is amazing. Bringing it back to the influencers or the creators who are actually creating content and driving social commerce, do you think there is a differentiation between someone who is an influencer, okay, and is like purely posting and creating content, and there's someone who's actually going ahead and selling content online, right? So for example, in case when I popped in your B2C site, I saw you guys have launched the new range of maternity wear, right? And Ali is featuring on it. But tomorrow, if you have to do a live commerce event, would you take a big influencer out there, or you'll actually put in someone who is actually more sales oriented and driving real conversions at that very moment itself?
Like I mentioned earlier, I mean, the whole purpose of having live commerce at this stage, it's really nascent in India. And I mean, from our standpoint, whenever we do have, live commerce sessions, it's more about creating, awareness for the brand. So we normally pick up certain topics and we talk about those topics in our live sessions. So it's not purely conversion driven. It's more about creating an awareness. So I'll just give you a very small example. Last season, we launched something called a green denim, which is very new in the kids wear category. So the denim does not use, or rather there's zero wastage of water. So, we pick up things like these and then we kind of create a story around it, build content around it, and that's what we use in our live conversations.
Right. Apurva, if you have to select an influencer to do live commerce for, again, one of the things that you mentioned, but you want to do another session or another live commerce event, what attributes would you go after?
Okay. So pretty much all brands that we retail are of a certain scale and have a fair bit of distribution in the country. So reach does become an important parameter for us to do that exercise also, right? Having said that, if I have to break down the activity and focus on a certain region or certain part of the country, then I would probably be looking at regional influencers. So reach at a pan-India level, reach if it's a region-specific campaign. Their usual health metrics, whether it's engagement and what's the audience, what's the follower split, etc. So those would be the basic health checkup that we would probably be doing. What would also be really important, and what my team, and I have a whole lot of Gen Zs and millennials in my team, do a vibe check.
Nice, interesting.
Yeah, so that influencer has to match the brand vibe. And I, for the longest time, didn't understand. It was a very ephemeral thing, vibe check. But yeah, then eventually I got a hang of it. So it essentially means whether that influencer, through the content that they have been creating, match with the brand DNA and ethos and whatever it is that the brand is trying to do, right? So yeah, so we do a vibe check as well.
Okay, great. That's interesting. I like the word vibe check. We are over time by 2 minutes already. So I like to close the panel. But before I close, I strongly believe that we as an Indian marketing community has a lot to kind of uncover on social commerce. So if you have to, again, leave the room with one tip where the marketing community can start their social commerce journey, what would that be? Maybe we can start with Ifat. Yeah.
I mean, for me, I keep pushing the fact that the content should be relevant. So if you don't have relevant content, you're never going to be able to drive home anything with the consumers.
Perfect. Anushri.
So I spoke about the 3 R's, and I concur with Ifat: content, communities, and never forget your reach, relevance, and resonance. All the 3 put together and not in isolation.
Perfect.
I think differentiation between influencer marketing and performance marketing needs to be more clear when the brands discuss this or make budgets or reach out to creators, because in a lot of talks that we have, it's very blurry and it just wastes a lot of time on both sides. So that needs to be clear. Where are you headed, which direction, and that should be clear. Yes.
Suggestion is try. You never know when it's an idea whose time has come, and when the time has come, you should be prepared. You should have your learnings, and then you're ready to sort of.
Cool. Thanks. That's great. I mean, I'd just like to close it with this. I mean, we all know about retail therapy, right? And when you speak to some of the behavioral experts, they say that at any point of time when you do some shopping, okay, there is some kind of a dopamine released, and they call it retail dopamine. And marry that with the power of social, right? I mean, today we all live our lives around the social platforms, and validation is an important element in everybody's life, actually, and that you're getting from social. So the power of retail and the power of social combined together is superb. It's amazing. And I strongly feel that in India, we haven't seen too many social commerce campaigns or things that have scaled, but it's a space that we all are kind of really watching closely. As said, we should try. And I strongly feel that the next level of innovation in this space is going to come from India. So with that, I close the panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May I request all of you to just step forward for a picture together? And I'd also like to invite Ankit Jain, National Revenue Head, Matrix Group M, to join us on You can use the hashtag E4M Inca report and hashtag impact digital influencer, so we can be part of the conversation as well. This event is also being live streamed on E4M LinkedIn platform. So if you or any of your colleagues would like to watch it later, it's available on our LinkedIn platform. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Thank you for spending this time with us and sharing your stories. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the next discussion. This time, it is the jugalbandi of brands and influencers, striking the right chord. What do influencers want? A big question that a lot of marketeers would like to be answered. What do they look for in brands, and what do brands look for in them? Let's hear it from them directly. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite our influencers and brands coming up on stage. Please join me in. Session chair asked our panelists this question, and I may want to throw this out to all of you because, like I said, we all are getting influenced by content creators, whether we're getting informed, whether we're getting influenced, but in some way we are all following them. So any favorites among all of you? I'll start so that it's easier. I do follow Worm Rani a lot because she talks about gardening and organic farming in the garden balcony itself. So I really enjoy the way she puts out her content. Anybody who'd like to tell us who their favorite is and what do they follow them for? Yes, ma'am. Anna's Treasury. She talks about travel quite a bit. Lovely, lovely. Anybody else? The way she covers ways. Absolutely. Wonderful. She's one of my favorite in travel content as well. Anybody else who'd like to share their favorite content creator? Yes, sir. This mic is coming to you, sir.
My favorite creator is Go Travel Your Way, a guy called Josh. The reason why I like creators like him are they're highly credible. They're not doing tie-ups. They're not doing paid promotions. These are influencers who are using Patreon or some other source where fans are paying for what they're producing. So I think that's the next stage where influencers need to move to because paid they're no, as in it's sort of getting diluted, and I don't see too much of a future unless they're willing to reinvent.
Great point. I think I've seen some creators having their own page where the consumers of the content can contribute for them to create more content, better content. All right, with that, we have our stage set. Stage managers, can we all move out, please? Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite our panelist up on stage, Mr. Viraj Khilani, content creator and influencer. A very warm welcome to you. He's also a content creator. Guys, keep that applause going. We also have with us Nishant Tanwar, a stand-up comedian I've worked with before and a content creator. And we also have Sunetro Lahiri, Vice President, Creative Services, The Glitch. Very warm welcome to you. And chairing this session, it's Satya We also have Shlok Srivastava, tech burner, tech influencer here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Shlok. A very warm welcome. Over to you, Mr. Murthy.
Thank you. Okay, so firstly, apologies to all of you because I think with me on the stage, your reach would have fallen to half, right? So I was just having a chat with each one of them to understand how their lives are and how they deal with the vagaries of the business and how they're dealing with creating content and how they end up creating the entire content piece, right? So before we get to the content side, let's first start with what an ad maker looks at this entire piece and how ad making has changed over the last 3-4 years.
I think one of the first things that any ad maker, firstly, one big truth bomb that I want to put it out there. I don't think brands are doing it right when it comes to influencer marketing. So, deathnet, let's start there. Well, the second thing is when the agency comes to brands and says, let's look for an influencer who does ABC, listen to them. Because in the back end, what we have done is we figured out which voice works for the brand and which voice works for the product. Because what we do at our end is figure out whether the influencer fits in the category of, let's say, a lab rat, wherein, no offense meant, a lab rat wherein they are trying stuff out. And the experience of them trying stuff out actually means something to the audience, or an expert who's tried stuff out and has an expert opinion on it, or an evangelist who's somewhere in the middle, but is giving you a lifestyle sort of an opinion about it. So we've done that due diligence. So listen to us before you want to make it an ad. So yeah.
Thank you. So that I'll start with Viraj, right? What is it like being an influencer? What are the insecurities that you face? How do you go about your life? How has the recognition changed your life?
It is just normal. Like, I think it's hyped very much. Like, हमारे घर पे अभी भी इज्जत नहीं है हमारे सोसाइटी में हमारे एरिया में इट्स जस्ट नॉर्मल कि अरे हाँ कुछ कर रहा है करने दो अभी तो रास्ते पे वीडियो भी बनाते ना फॉर एग्जांपल इफ आई एवरीवेयर वेयर आई गो सो इफ आई मेक वीडियोस ऑन माय लोकैलिटी एरिया दे डोंट गिव अ डैम अबाउट इट लाइक हाँ कर रहा है कुछ करने दो उसको बट द थिंग इज this responsibility this society has given into us. We are living our life and the thing is we started as a passion and still as passion for us. ऐसा नहीं कि अरे आज 3 बनाना ही पड़ेगा वरना प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा YouTube तो डालना ही पड़ेगा प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Because the thing is people have expectations on us. We feel it's a responsibility but I've as of now अभी भी I have still made it possible ऐसे कि it is my passion and I will continue as a passion only. I don't want to take it stress on me कि अरे बनाना पड़ेगा टेंशन होएगा एंगेजमेंट चला जाएगा रेलेवेंट रहना पड़ेगा ऐसा कुछ नहीं है लाइक फॉर मी एज ऑफ आई डोंट नो अबाउट यू गाइस बट फॉर मी इट इज द सेम थिंग एंड इट विल बी द सेम थिंग दैट्स हाउ पीपल लाइक इट एंड दैट्स हाउ आई हैव नोटिस्ड दैट्स हाउ ऑडियंस कनेक्ट टू अस बिकॉज़ हम लोग बहुत नेचुरल रखते हैं जितने भी लोग इंटरनेट पे काम करते हैं व्हाटएवर वी डू इट इज ऑल आर नेचुरल थिंग्स लाइक दिस इज व्हाई आल्सो व्हाट यू सेड सर इट इज ग्रेट बिकॉज़ we have built an audience for ourselves,
right?
And when a brand comes to us giving their expertise or for our audience, I feel like अरे पर ये लोग को जमेगा ही नहीं. Like they don't know only what they are talking, what you guys are talking to. Like there are logo लगा दो और ये सब कर दो. ये सेंस ही नहीं बनता because वो लोग जैसे वो लोग कुछ देखते हैं ना, वो लोग तरह ये तो ऐड बना दिया, तो ऐसे भी वो लोग टीवी पे देखते हैं, तो ये क्यों देखें हम लोग. They come to us for their pastimes. They come to us के टाइम पास करना, चलो इंस्टाग्राम पे रील देख लेंगे. तो उसमें वो लोग ऐड दिखाएंगे तो वो लोग को लगता है कि अरे तो ऐड ही बना रहा था, फिर क्यों देखे. तो they go to some other creator. That's what I.
It's a very important point that you touched upon as the difference between an ad and an influencer post, right? So I'm sure that each one of you would have had different experiences, and each one of you would have had your own learning curve in terms of how do you handle those issues. Simon, I'll come to you. Say, ask, how do you deal with something like this? Because the space in which you operate in, there's a whole lot of expectation when it comes to brands. Using you for a certain pattern in terms of how they would want the post to be.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. So, like we were discussing outside, I feel like I am so tired of explaining this time and time again to brands and agencies that do you want me, as we discussed, to be your model? Or do you want me to be the creator that I am and create content for my followers? First, decide that. If you want me to just be a model and you want to boost this ad on YouTube and you don't care about what kind of engagement I'm going to give you, cool. Give me this hardcore script with wear these clothes, sneeze like this, breathe like this. Okay. But when you want to reach my audience and want my engagement, then you have to let me do it my way. No one knows my audience like I do. Or for everyone sitting here, no one, we know our audience best. So if you're working with creator, learn how to trust the creator, or then decide that this is an ad. We don't care about the engagement. We want to boost this. It's different. And then later, don't come to us crying about why our engagement is low. Because it's going to be. It's not going to do well. And that's the truth. So, yeah.
Shlok, I'll come to you because you handle an entirely different category, right? And and for the category that you handle, obviously the vagaries are different, expectations are different. So how do you deal with something like this?
I deal with it quite simply. I think I don't look at the brands and the influencers कि हम ऐसे अलग-अलग boat में बैठे हैं. मैं देखता हूँ कि if there is no versus influencers versus brand ऐसा type, or influencers versus audience. I think जो brand भी है, essentially what he's trying to do is serve the audience. They are trying to do it in different way. वो product बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, वो service बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, but at the end वो audience का ही फायदा करना चाह रहे हैं. और अगर कुछ ऐसे brand, मेरे को ऐसा feel होता है कि हमारी alignment नहीं है या audience का फायदा नहीं करना चाह रहे, तो हम उनके साथ काम नहीं करते. Very simply. But as a creator, what we try to do is we try to serve the audience best. और जब उस सर्वे के अंदर we can include a brand and increase that value, तो हम कर देते हैं. जैसे for example मैं एक दो examples अपने end से दूँगा कि there's a lot of times जब हम sponsored videos बनाते हैं and people look forward to sponsored videos. लोगों को मन करता है वो sponsored videos देखने का, and I don't know, मतलब बहुत कम लोगों के साथ मैंने notice करा. तो let's take something for example, जैसे we make a वीडियो अबाउट कि स्मार्टफोन्स कैसे मैन्युफैक्चर हो रहे हैं फैक्ट्री के अंदर. वो ऑडियंस कभी खुद से नहीं देख पाई और वो ब्रांड कभी अपने तरफ से अगर बनाएगा तो इतनी अच्छी वीडियो परफॉर्म नहीं करेगी. तो व्हेन वी एग्जीक्यूट दैट कॉन्सेप्ट तो ऑडियंस को बहुत मजा आता है देखने में, एंड ब्रांड का प्रोडक्ट भी अच्छे से प्रमोट होता है, एंड एट द एंड ब्रांड का भी फायदा होता है, हमारा भी फायदा होता है क्योंकि हम ऑडियंस को सर्व कर पाते हैं और ऑडियंस का फायदा होता है. तो आई थिंक मैं वो ट्राइंगल वाला डायनामिक देखने की कोशिश करता हूँ जहाँ पे हम ऑडियंस को बेटर सर्व कर पाए बिकॉज ऑफ द ब्रांड. कभी कभार जैसे मल्टीपल फोन्स का अगर गिव अवे कर रहे हैं या फिर कोई अपॉर्चुनिटीज अनलॉक हो जाती हैं, जैसे यूएस में जाके लेट्स से हमने पूरे एक व्लॉग बना दिया कैमरे के फोन से, या फिर लॉन्च के पहले हमने स्मार्टफोन दिखा दिए, या कभी कभार ऐसा होता है जैसे ये ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म पे डील्स आते हैं बहुत सारी, तो उस पर हम एक हफ्ते पहले सारी डील्स सब बताते हैं. तो उससे फायदा ये होता है कि ऑडियंस को वैल्यू मिल जाती है. एंड आई थिंक what I try to do and what as a brand we try to do is हम समझने की कोशिश करते हैं where the brand is coming from. क्योंकि we have been on the other side as well. हमने भी products create करे हैं और हमने भी थोड़ी बहुत influencer marketing कराई है. And we realize कि I think वो understanding जब match हो जाती है, then वो अच्छा create होता है product. And at the end मेरे हिसाब से when you're working with influencers, it's not just like you said, it's not like working with models. It's ऐसा है कि it has to be a collaborative effort. कि जो because at the end the brand and the influencer are working together. So I feel when it is a collaboration between the influencer and the brand and they both understand कि कैसे एक influencer काम करता है, कैसे एक brand काम करता है, and I think उसमें जो बीच में mediator है, उसका भी काफी important role रहता है, but I think that works really well, and that's what we try to do. At the end, I just see us and the brand in the same boat, और हम audience को serve कर रहे हैं, तो that has worked amazingly well.
Yeah, it's a very interesting take. It's interesting perspective that you bring about. I think, thank you for that. And so a lot of people who are in this room today, right, would also like to understand, because a whole lot of us sitting on the other side are sitting on the side where you were before, right? You were on the corporate side and then you became an influencer, right? How has life changed for you? And what does it take for, say, some of us to cross this side?
Well, if I can, anybody can. That's what I would like to say. और corporate side में मैं जरूर थी, लेकिन मेरी खुशकिस्मती है कि I'm in media and entertainment. So inherently एक आपको outlet मिलता है अपनी creativity को express करने का. तो जब वो मेरी टीम वालों ने कहा कि आप influencer क्यों नहीं बन जाते हो, आप क्यों नहीं एक वीडियो बनाते हो, try करो. I thought it is a dream, you know, pipe dream की ये मेरे से क्या, you know, I was 36 at that time, mother of a child, नौकरी संभालनी है, घर संभालना है, उसके बीच में मैं एक वीडियो भी बना डालूं, what are you talking about? But then the way it was received, and within like 6 months I had only 15,000 followers, but they were my people. They were there to watch कि ये आंटी क्या कर रही है. मैंने एक persona पकड़ा बीसी आंटी का और उसी पे मैं लगी हुई थी till the pandemic hit and that one teacher video went viral. तब जाके influencer शब्द जो है वो मेरे साथ जुड़ गया. उससे पहले I was just doing it for fun. और शायद अच्छी बात ये थी कि मजे के लिए आप करते हो कोई भी चीज तो वो बहुत ऑर्गेनिक होती है, आप ऑथेंटिक रहते हो, लोग हंसते भी हैं और वो स्नैकेबल कंटेंट होता है कि अच्छा आए 2 मिनट देखे मूव ऑन करके. पर वो जब ब्रांड एसोसिएशन होने लगता है बड़ा प्रेशर आता है. एक तो लिखना उस चीज को, I don't put too much mind to it. कोई आइडिया आया तो लिख लिया और फिर उसको बना लिया. पर अभी ब्रांड को इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हुए एक आइडिया लिखना, फिर इंश्योर करना कि यार ये पॉइंट भी बोलना है, ये पॉइंट भी बोलना है और ये फायदा भी बताना है, ये नुकसान नहीं मेंशन करना है, तो टैक्सिंग हो जाता है. तो मैं तो प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन करती हूँ, आखिरी मिनट तक एजेंसीज को तंग करती हूँ कि अभी नहीं आया आइडिया, अभी नहीं आया आइडिया. फिर अल्टीमेटली करते हैं, फिर होता है. पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है दिस ब्रांड एसोसिएशन विद इन्फ्लुएंसर्स इज अ यूनिक रेवेन्यू मॉडल. Earlier when I was doing this for fun, people are watching and saying hey I like you, उस सब से मेरे घर में कुछ नहीं आ रहा था. I was still waking up at 7 o'clock, going to 9 o'clock shift, then shooting the entire day, then coming back और फिर हिम्मत जुटा के कुछ वीडियो बना के. तो ये रेवेन्यू मॉडल बहुत अच्छा प्लेस हो गया है. तो ब्रांड्स के आने से हम लोगों को बहुत फायदा हुआ है, एंड आई थिंक ऑल ऑफ यू एग्री कि पैसा आने का तो इसलिए एफर्ट भी ज्यादा मांगते हैं. और मेरे साथ लिमिटेशन ये है क्योंकि मैं एक सर्टेन एज ग्रुप की महिला हूँ और मेरा पर्सोना एक डिफरेंट है जिसको मैं प्रमोट करती हूँ, तो मेरे ब्रांड्स लिमिटेड हो जाते हैं. और उस चीज का गम भी है और खुशी भी है कि यार अच्छा है बेकार की चीजें यार मत करो.
Right.
So that's how I do.
Awesome. So two, should I say, ancillary questions to it. One is that there is also this entire thing about shelf life of an influencer. There are influencers coming up every single day. There are new bunch of people creating new content, getting, you know, a lot of followers and stuff like that. Arushi, we'll start with you and then go to Nishant. How do you handle this entire thing about the insecurity of being an influencer and the fact that there's so many people coming in and stuff like that?
I believe one thing in life कि जो आपका है ना वो आपके पास ही रहता है, to be honest. And I mean, at the first place, I never wanted to be an influencer, to be honest. मैंने एक reality show किया और उससे मुझे influence, मतलब followers मिले, and I ended up being in this side. And obviously, Insta का जो algorithm है Instagram का, वो तो आप नहीं handle कर सकते. You really don't have to like worry about और कितने लोग आ रहे हैं. Just put in your effort and like do what you like doing. Because I have been in that cycle where I was thinking what is not working for me, constant thought. And I was discussing with them as well that literally my therapy ka ek topic tha, where I was discussing with my therapist, and I mean, it had got to me to this extent. But now what I feel and what I do is that I just put up what I want to put up. अब जिनको relate करेगा वो करेगा. अब मैं किसी को जबरदस्ती relate करने के लिए नहीं बोल सकती. So that's how I take it. Like I don't really care about कितने बाकी influencers आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि it is out there with everyone. Everyone has a phone and everyone can become an influencer. सब creative हैं, so you can't really like think about कि कैसे चलेगा और लोग आ रहे हैं.
I have a point of view on this. This panic conversation about influencers sort of losing their following as they're growing older. I feel like that comes in only when you're thinking of influencers as a means to sell. But I don't think of course, it gives people revenue, but then I don't think anyone who's an authentic influencer looks at themselves as someone who will sell. So as they are growing older, their audience is growing older. Their audience is also, creating different life experiences. So there's loyalty, there's faith when it comes to that.
Right.
If there is a brand that has run out of the influencer's ambit, there's a new brand that will come in and which will make place for that. I mean, there is stuff that as advertisers, we sell to 80-year-olds and 100-year-olds. So I don't think there will be a time where you as an influencer will be out of running unless you're thinking of yourself only as a channel to sell.
Right. Yeah, sure.
I take it as मुझे भी बहुत लोग बोलते हैं अरे इतने सारे influencers आ रहे हैं, what are you doing, up your game. तो वो up your game बहुत challenging होता है, वो तो नहीं हो सकता. मेरे को इतना ही आता है. I can't start doing things which others are doing. मेरे को जो मेरा ऑथेंटिक है मुझे वो करना है. और दूसरी बात कि सड़क पे बहुत सारी गाड़ियां होती है, ट्रैफिक होता है, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी हम घर से निकलना बंद करते हैं. तो हमको तो जाने हैं ना अपनी डेस्टिनेशन पे. तो that's how I perceive.
Nice. Nishant, coming to you. So the thing is that when there is so many influencers coming, obviously when we sit on the brand side, right? So there's this thing saying constantly कि यार ये बहुत महंगा है, right? There's too much price that an influencer is quoting. Can you do something about it? Can you reduce the cost? Can you do it? But I also know that there's the other side of the story, right? So why don't you share your side of the story in terms of what happens when you actually say that this is a point below which I won't do this thing.
So if a brand is saying कि यार हमारे पास तो इतना ही बजट है और इससे ज्यादा हम नहीं जा सकते, महंगा है, तो हम भी बोल देते हैं आपके बारे में 2 ही चीज बताएंगे, फिर पूरी 4 नहीं बताएंगे. तो या तो ये कर लो या पूरे पैसे दे दो. और थैंक यू. इतनी देर से पता तुम सबको देख के मुझे कैसा लग रहा था, क्योंकि मैं तो कॉर्पोरेट शोज करता हूँ, तो जहाँ पे ना लोग ऑफ साइट पे बुला लेते हैं, सुबह से पावर पॉइंट दिखा के बिठा रखा होता है, शाम को हमको 8 बजे स्टेज पे चढ़ाते हैं और सब ऐसे बैठे होते हैं हंसा के दिखा. थोड़ा सा हाँ चिल. हाँ, और दूसरा मुझे तो पता ही नहीं था कि मैं तो स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी करता था, तो हमें तो सिर्फ टिकट बेचने के लिए करना होता है कि इंस्टाग्राम से भी टिकट बेचनी है, यूट्यूब से भी टिकट बेचनी है, फेसबुक से टिकट बेचनी है. हमें तो इसलिए वीडियो डालने होते थे. हमें पता ही नहीं था. किसी दिन एक ने बोला कि ये टीवी बेच दो, मैं ठीक है. फिर किसी ने बोला ये वेब सीरीज भी देखने को बोल दो, मैं ठीक है. फिर किसी ने बोला यहाँ से गाने सुनने को बोल दो लोगों को. मैं अब पता चला कि अच्छा मैं इन्फ्लुएंसर भी हूँ, मैं कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी हूँ. मैं तो कॉमेडी कर रहा था उससे, तो धीरे धीरे हो गया कि अच्छा यहाँ से भी पैसा आएगा. सो नाउ आई लुक एट एवरी डील एज इससे घर की EMI निकल जाएगी, इससे ये हो जाएगा. तो ऐसे कर करके, एंड इफ इट्स द प्रोडक्ट और द ब्रांड इज सच कि आपको पसंद आ रहा है अंदर से, तो आप थोड़ा एडजस्ट कर लोगे कि यार जो बात कर रहा बंदा, जो कॉल कर रहा होता है वो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. है ना, ब्रांड कोई भी हो कुछ भी हो, जो बंदा वहां से कॉल करता है ना, उसका व्यवहार कैसा है वो सबसे मेन है। वो अगर वो इंसान की बातचीत आपको पसंद आ गई, वो समझ में आ गया, तो आप उधर ठीक है यार। व्यवहार में होता है ना कि आपके लिए इतना कर रहा हूँ, मार्केट में पता कर लो कहीं और आपके लिए, हाँ वो उतना चलता है, वो कभी कभी कर देते हैं।
Right. I think when you really want to work with a particular brand, you will do whatever you want to do to be associated with the brand, because you feel like कि ये brand आते रहेगा बात बात पे, then we lower our cost.
Right.
But हमको पता है कि इससे, और जो भी कभी कभी क्या होता है मालूम है, I this thing that कि यहाँ पे सब brands और agencies वाले ही है ना, तो बताना चाहता हूँ मैं कि अगर कल है ना रक्षाबंधन, तो आज मत लेके आओ कि कल है आज चाहिए, then the rate will go मतलब 1 करोड़ रुपया, then they say, फिर लोग फीडबैक में, कल रक्षाबंधन है ना, फीडबैक परसों देंगे, बोले we are already about timelines and ये सब सब, तो मेरा गलती थोड़ी था। You come to us 7 days ago, you come to us like 1 महीने पहले, तो हम लोग का प्रॉपरली फीडबैक करेंगे बैठ के आराम से, मैं ऑफिस आएगा बैठने, हाँ बताओ क्या चला, अच्छा भाई बहन का त्योहार आता है, अच्छा वेरी गुड, ऐसे सब बैठ के करेंगे। पर कल है अर्जेंटली नीडेड, अरे इतना कैसा कम होगा, आधा टाइम तो वो नेगोशिएशन में रहता है, भाव करते ना, थोड़ा कम कर देना, वो देखना कितने में कर रहा है, तुम कितने में कर रहे हो, पर मेरा रेट यही है। तो प्लीज ये एजेंसी जितने में ना, एंड आई वांट टू रियली प्लग इन, प्लीज एक ब्रांड है जोमेटो, आई डोंट नो, आई ऑलवेज गिव शाउट आउट टू जोमेटो। वो लोग क्या करते हैं, बोला के बोलते बना लो वीडियो, जो करना कर लो, कभी या तो कैप्शन में डाल दो या तो स्टोरी पे डाल दो, ऐसा बोल के अरे जोमेटो आ गया, बस खत्म। एंड दिस इज व्हाट वी लाइक, कि किसी को समझा ही नहीं, बिकॉज आवर ऑडियंस झट से पकड़ लेते हैं लोग, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं देख रहे ना, वो लोग कब से देख रहे, सब लोग को देख रहे,
राइट।
सो दे नो कि ऐड है ये नहीं, और ऊपर से आजकल वो एसकी गाइडलाइंस भी है कि पेड पार्टनरशिप तो सीधा स्क्रॉल करना पड़ता है वो लोग को, ये तो ब्रांड ये ऐड ही रहेगा, कुछ नहीं आफ्टर पॉइंट बोलेगा अरे ये ले लो, वाओ। तो ये तो ना यू हैव
कमेंट सेक्शन में एक कमेंट होगा, भाई कितना मिला इसका,
हाँ
एटलीस्ट।
So I feel whenever I make content, it always has to be कि अगर ये ब्रांड नहीं आता भी क्या मैं वीडियो रिलीज करता कि नहीं करता। इफ अगर आंसर होता है कि हाँ मैं कर लेता, then I put the brand inside, else I say कि नहीं होगा, या तो फिर पैसे बढ़ा दो। अगर जनरली चेक कि अगर ये है और ये डालना है, स्क्रिप्ट वही देंगे, ऑडियंस भी वही डिसाइड करेंगे, टाइमलाइन भी वही देंगे, तो फिर मैं अपने हिसाब से रेट दे देता हूँ कि ये रेट होगा, बिकॉज इसमें मेरा तो कोई कंट्रोल ही नहीं है, बिकॉज I cater to गुजराती मेनली, और लोग बहुत स्मार्ट है इन जनरल, वो लोग कर रहे हैं यार विराट भाई पैसा बढ़ेगा ना, मजा आएगा ना, ऐसा करके, मतलब तो फिर दे स्क्रॉल अवे। एंड आई टेल यू, इंस्टाग्राम पे रिटेंशन रेट इज अ सेकंड, इफ यू कांट इंटरेक्ट विद योर ऑडियंस इन अ सेकंड, नो दे स्क्रॉल यू अवे। देयर आर सो मेनी इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, दे विल बी लाइक यार टैग बन रहा है ना, उसका देख लूंगा, तो मेरा तो पैसा गया ना,
राइट।
I've genuinely started asking clients, this piece that you're asking us to make, would you watch it if you weren't forced? Would you watch it? As a consumer, would you watch it? 100% of the times, they are zipped. Because they think that an ad is equal to an influencer's content. And that's one of the biggest policies out there.
And
That's
मेरा ये भी है कि you directly, I like whenever there's a brand, I directly talk to the brand sometime. बिकॉज क्या होता है कि ब्रांड एजेंसी हायर करते हैं, एजेंसी से आता है, तो फिर वो लोग ना मिसकम्युनिकेशन हो जाता है, कह रहे चाहिए, फिर कभी कभी एजेंसीज हाइप कर लेते हैं, अरे ब्रांड को पसंद ही नहीं आएगा, पर तुमने भेजा ही नहीं है, विदाउट टेलिंग द ब्रांड दे हैव मेड दिस मिसकंसेप्शन कि अरे ब्रांड इज दिस, हां, पर ब्रांड इज वेरी चिल। सो आई आल्सो फील दैट देयर शुड बी अ गुड कम्युनिकेशन गैप, नो, अच्छा भी होना चाहिए कि हाँ ये क्या बोलते, क्लियर होना चाहिए कम्युनिकेशन।
राइट,
सॉरी अगर बुरा लगा तो मेरा अंदर का वो क्या
No, that's the idea. I think that's the idea. Okay, so the other thing is that we discussed this thing. Is there a line where which you draw and say ki these are the things that I would not do? Are there any guidelines that you laid for yourself, or any brands or categories? I'll not say brands. Sorry, that's the wrong word to use here. Now, is there any categories that you would say I would not like to do this? Or beyond this, it's going to affect my genuine followers, so I wouldn't want to broach on this.
मैंने ज्यादातर तो ब्रांड को मना किया नहीं, क्योंकि पैसा, पर पर अभी जैसे एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ मैं, कि मैं 14 महीने पहले वेजिटेरियन हो गया था, पर उससे पहले मेरे फूड जिसमें मटन चार मस्त एकदम पर अभी मेरे पास फिर एक नॉनवेज उसके लिए ब्रांड डील आया था। अभी तो मैं ऐसा दिखने में, मतलब मैं सबको बता रहा हूँ कि I'm like publicly, how can I sell chicken? अभी थोड़ा तो so that's what I said कि ये I mean so that's the only point वरना तो
the things which I don't personally use, so I don't want कि ये भी इसको मैं क्यों promote करूँ, because like we build a community, we build our own niche, it's like we are like a family member to them now. They watches us every day in their life. It starts from our stories and videos and it ends also on our stories and videos. So whenever they come to know कि ये तो possible ही नहीं विराट बेचेगा, वो I try to avoid this because it doesn't fall into my, like right now I'm into spree of gaining my weight randomly, so I'll promote food brands. But sometimes if I'm not, I'm like if I say कि अभी आज से workout ही करना है, I won't promote कि तुम पिज्जा खाओ मैं तो workout कर लूँ, वो मैं नहीं करूँगा.
Arushi, what about you?
So there are certain brands, as in like कुछ time पहले मुझे cigarettes का आया था. I said no to them because I personally don't smoke and I would not want to promote smoking. And मैं ना हिमाचल के एक बहुत छोटे शहर सोलन से हूँ, तो वहाँ पर I have looked at certain people, you know, like उस टाइम Instagram इतना नहीं होता था, but YouTube या celebrities, तो जो हम छोटे शहर के लोग होते हैं, we really look up to certain people. So I be very conscious of कि कोई मैं कुछ ऐसा ना डाल दूं जो गलत influence कर दे. अब सही गलत सबका अपना अपना depend करता है, but जो मुझे गलत लगता है, I personally don't put it up.
Right.
That's the fine line.
Right.
And obviously money. So if you pay me less, I won't do it.
Right. So when you were talking something interesting, because as a mom influencer, there's a whole lot of demand that you'd probably get, and both of you actually, right? Of getting your, getting your family also inside. So does that bother you? Is there a point where you say, okay, only these categories or these kind of products that I would like my children or my immediate family members also to be coming in?
So you know what, when I started, I was also a very new mother. My son was 5 days old. In fact, it is postpartum depression that actually I was a full-time fashion designer running a very successful label selling globally. And then my son was born and, you know, my dog passed away in the same week and there was trauma in my brain. And my easiest way to kind of vent was through this platform called Instagram. And I just started like literally sharing my deepest, darkest thoughts. And I started getting an audience who started resonating with it and saying, I felt this too, I did this too, I did that. So that's how it started. Now, will I still talk about random products when it comes to me, which I may or may not use? Yes, the truth is yes, with the hashtag. But when it comes to my kids, I never till date have worked with a single brand in the food space or the skincare space for children that I have not tried and tested on my children first, because that is a moral responsibility. I am super mindful about the food my kids eat, what goes on their skin. So I feel like it's just going to be really bad karma to tell people to use something that I'm not using on my kids. So that's where I draw the line. And of course, money. If you're not going to pay me and if you don't know my worth, then peace.
Right. Yeah.
So in my case, my son has rarely featured on my Instagram page. The teacher video that I made, the good morning is the cute voice, was his. तो टीचर वीडियोस में उसका बैकग्राउंड में आवाज मुझे चाहिए था, तो उसके लिए ब्राइडिंग करके, बिकॉज ही इज 11 years old, so he's not a baby, तो वो फ्री में कुछ नहीं करता है अभी. तो उतने भर के लिए मुझे मतलब आई हैव टू बिकम द एजेंसी एंड आई हैव टू कन्विंस हिम, कर लो यार एक बार के लिए कर लो. तो वो बड़ा क्लियर है. लाइक देयर वाज एन एजुकेशन ब्रांड लिंटो बॉक्स, तो घर पे किट आती है, आप बच्चों को पढ़ा सकते हो. But it was for preschoolers. My son is already 11, so I told them I cannot do so.
Right.
So that's where I told them clearly, I will look like a fool कि आपने 11 साल के बच्चे को ये क्या ABCD सिखा रहे हैं. तो वो बहुत ही क्लियर है.
Right.
But हाँ, कुछ उससे रिलेटेड 11 साल के बच्चे से रिलेटेड टॉयज है, लेगो है, something, then it's up to him. If he gets convinced, he can become a part of that video. Otherwise, I'm very selfish. I want to be seen myself. वैसे ही बाहर इतने influencer के घर में competition क्यों रखने का?
I just have to add to that. I'm now speaking on behalf of every single creator who's a parent. Our children are not trained monkeys who are going to cough according to your script and sneeze according to your script. It's not possible. So whenever you are coming with a baby product and you want to incorporate our children in it, our children deserve their fair share of pay too, which luckily brands now pay us, thank God for that. And most importantly, you have to understand that please only allow somebody who's a parent from your team to converse with us. Because when a 23-year-old boy tells me that what is this, yaar, ye reshoot karna padega, isne aise kiya, waise, I'm like, bro, first go hang out with a 3-year-old child, then come to me and tell me, then you'll at least understand what a 3-year-old is capable of. Because they want 3-year-olds to give dialogues. And I'm like, it's not happening. So we have to keep it real and treat children the way children are meant to be treated.
Right.
Also, every kid is different. Like, I am an outgoing personality. I can make friends easily. My son is shy. He doesn't want to say lines on the camera. So, agar koi child product hai, you want me to perform it, then might as well get an actor. Kyunki hamare bachche se to nahi.
Right. So Shlok, you've been very calm. So just let me start with you. So there is India, there is Bharat. So you're talking about how do you reach the tier 3, tier 4 cities? Do you use different platforms? Is there a strategy that you have saying Instagram is for certain kind of audience, whereas other platforms is for the other kind of audience? Or how do you create the content? How do you disseminate the content in different platforms?
India is a very interesting market and it is a very powerful market मेरे हिसाब से, क्योंकि जो अपॉर्चुनिटी है अभी, जैसे मैं रिसेंटली आते टाइम भी अभी एक आर्टिकल पढ़ रहा था कि इंडिया इज राइट नाउ द सबसे बड़ी स्मार्ट वॉच की मार्केट इन द वर्ल्ड, एंड इवन टेक्नोलॉजी में हर चीज में, बिकॉज द स्केल इतना ज्यादा है, तो उसमें आई कैन कंटेंट स्पेस में आई कैन व्हाट आई हैव फेल्ट आई कैन शेयर लिटिल बिट ऑफ इनसाइट कि हर प्लेटफॉर्म का फिर डिफरेंट कॉन्टेक्स्ट होता है, एंड आई फील इंस्टाग्राम पे एक डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ ऑडियंस है, एंड अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म से भी अलग अलग फीचर पे अलग अलग ऑडियंसेस रहती हैं. जैसे जैसे नई ऑडियंस आ रही है, लेट्स से काफी इंडिया में सास बहू जो देखते थे, न्यूज देखते थे, वो जब सोशल मीडिया आ रहे हैं तो सबसे फर्स्ट देयर स्टेप इज यूट्यूब शॉर्ट्स, वो सबसे पहले वो कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं. तो अगर आप मेजॉरिटी यूट्यूब शॉर्ट्स वाला प्लेटफॉर्म देखो तो उसपे काफी डिफरेंट ऑडियंस है. तो आई थिंक वो कॉन्टेक्स्ट के हिसाब से अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म पे अलग अलग फीचर पे अलग अलग चीजें बिल्ड करनी पड़ती हैं. एंड आई थिंक इट इज वेरी सिमिलर, जैसे हम कभी कभार ऐसा लगता है कि हम ना एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म पे, अलग अलग जैसे रोल प्ले कर रहे हैं. इंस्टाग्राम पे अलग बंदे बन गए, यूट्यूब पे अलग स्टाइल में बना रहे हैं. काफी सारे इन्फ्लुएंसर होते हैं यूट्यूब पे, वो मतलब स्केच वेच टाइप बना रहे हैं हंसी मजाक करके फटी टी शर्ट में, बट इंस्टाग्राम पे वो कोट पैंट पहन के एकदम प्रोफेशनल हो जाते हैं. तो आई बिलीव इट इज लाइक टॉकिंग टू डिफरेंट पीपल. अगर आप एक बच्चे से बात कर रहे हैं तो आई थिंक आप बहुत प्यार से खिलौनों के साथ उसको बहुत प्रोएक्टिवली बात करेंगे, बट अगर एक बुजुर्ग से बात कर रहे हैं तो आपका स्टाइल काफी डिफरेंट हो जाएगा, आप काफी स्लोली काफी स्टडीली बात करेंगे. आई थिंक इट इज वेरी सिमिलर, वो प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ भी और उन फीचर्स के साथ भी. एंड आई थिंक जो सबसे ज्यादा सक्सेसफुल इंडिया में कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स हैं वो समझते हैं कि इंडिया और भारत का वो डिफरेंस समझते हैं. वो समझते हैं कि इंडिया में जो कंटेंट है अगर उसको आपको स्केल करना है 20-30 मिलियन 40 मिलियन व्यूज पे, तो यू कांट स्पीक एक सिंगल लैंग्वेज, आपको अपनी लैंग्वेज ऑप्टिमाइज करनी पड़ती है. एक एग्जांपल अगर मैं 1-2 एग्जांपल्स अगर मैं शेयर करूं, आई थिंक एग्जांपल से काफी हेल्प होती है. मैंने सलमान जी का इंटरव्यू देखा था. आई थिंक जब वो अपना करियर स्टार्ट कर रहे थे, ही वाज स्पीकिंग वेरी फ्लूइड इंग्लिश, मतलब उतनी अच्छी इंग्लिश मैंने आई थिंक किसी को बोलते नहीं देखा इंडिया में. मतलब कम एक्टर्स को बोलते देखा मैंने इंडिया में. एंड नाउ यू सी हिम, ही नेवर स्पीक्स एनी, मतलब कभी इंग्लिश में एक वर्ड भी नहीं बोलते. एंड आई और इफ आई हैव ट्राई टू थोड़ा सा कंटेंट मैंने ऐसा ब्रेक डाउन करने की कोशिश करी. इवन आई टॉक टू भुवन एंड आई हैव वॉच्ड अ लॉट ऑफ हिज कंटेंट. हम जैसे अपने स्कूल में हमारे जो टीचर्स होते थे हम उनको सर या मैम कह के बुलाते थे, बट भुवन की जो सबसे ज्यादा वॉच्ड सीरीज है, ही कॉल्स उसमें अपने सर को मास्टर जी, एंग्री मास्टर जी वो सीरीज है. एंड आई थिंक मास्टर जी वो इसलिए वर्ड है क्योंकि इंडिया में अब मेजॉरिटी पार्ट, मतलब दिल्ली मुंबई वाली ऑडियंस इज वेरी छोटी सी. हमको लगता है कि हम दिल्ली मुंबई में बैठे हैं, मेजर सिटीज में बैठे हैं, बट इट इज अ वेरी स्मॉल पार्ट ऑफ द ऑडियंस. मेजॉरिटी इज
tier 3 tier 2 ऑडियंस. तो आई थिंक जो बड़े क्रिएटर्स होते हैं जितने मैं बात करता हूँ, they create for tier 3 tier 4 and they optimize it for tier 1 and tier 2 and जो cult और थोड़े Gen Z आई थिंक काफी सारे क्रिएटर्स हैं, they feel कि like उनकी reality is this room only. और मेरे साथ भी ऐसा सेम हुआ था जब मैं चेन्नई में था. आसपास जितने लोग थे सब इंग्लिश में बोलते थे, तो मैं इंग्लिश वीडियो बनाने लगा था. बट व्हेन आई ट्रैवल्ड थोड़ा सा दिल्ली वैली मुंबई घूमा, मैं इधर उधर देखा मैंने चीजें, आई रियलाइज कि इंडिया इज वेरी डिफरेंट, काफी कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी है. तो इंडिया को समझना इज अ बड़ा टास्क, और इसीलिए बाहर के जितने ब्रांड्स होते हैं, यूएस के ब्रांड्स जब इंडिया में आते हैं आधे से ज्यादा फेल हो जाते हैं, और इंडियन ब्रांड्स को भी सारी चीजों को स्टडी करने में बहुत टाइम लगता है. बट वो कल्चर और वो केओस में ही बहुत नेक्स्ट लेवल पावर है, और वो एक चैलेंज है, तो वो चैलेंज जो अच्छे से ले लेता है, जो उसको फिगर आउट करता है, वो नेक्स्ट लेवल चीजें कर भी लेता है. तो दैट हैज बीन व्हाट आई अंडरस्टैंड. I hope that helps.
Awesome. So I think we'll have time for one last question, right? And then I'd want each of you, in no specific order, of course, to react to this as to what do you think would be the future of this, say, 2 years from now, beyond this too. Anybody can start and we'll go on from there.
सर ऐसा अपना तो मेन काम स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी का है ना, ये तो सेकेंडरी है. तो अपन इतना स्ट्रेस लेते नहीं है कि चला तो बढ़िया, वैसे ही एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था, है ना. जहां से आए हैं वहां से तो बहुत आगे आ गए हैं, तो काफी खुश है. तो इतना स्ट्रेस मैं तो लेता नहीं हूँ ना रेलेवेंसी का उसका. हमारा तो है कि टिकट शो चलते रहे, वो होता रहे, बाकी सब साइड में जो आ रहा है सब बोनस ही है. ये सब तो वो वाला जो होता है ना, जो एक्स्ट्रा हो तो बिटकॉइन ले लो, वो वाला सारा पैसा ये तो.
Yeah, I think same for me. I think I'm in this thing since 7 years now, that I was a part of Filter Copy, and then I moved to my own thing. And like अगर यहाँ से यहाँ आ गए तो फिर वहाँ से यहाँ भी चले जाएंगे, उतना सोचा नहीं. But good part is that this is the integration. ये Instagram पे वीडियो बना के, YouTube बना के मैंने I got a movie. तो अभी मूवी आ रहा है मेरा. It's called गोविंदा नाम मेरा, which is Vicky Kaushal and Bhumi and Tara. So whatever comes, I take it. ऐसा नहीं है. And whenever there's a new platform, we enjoy that platform, we learn that platform, because उसमें भी ज़्यादा लोग आते हैं. जैसे TikTok के बारे में लोग बोलते हैं कि TikTok करते हैं, but it's a very big platform. As you said, tier 2, tier 3 में TikTok बहुत बड़ा था. So you don't have to be ऐसा कि TikTok कौन बनाता है. सब लोग, we did everything because that's how audience is. And जैसे कि श्लोक said कि हर एक ऑडियंस डिफरेंट होता है, तो टिकटॉक पे कुछ और चलता होगा तो वो बनाते हैं. और ऐसा नहीं था टिकटॉक पे कुछ गलत चल रहा था. टिकटॉक पे अच्छे कंटेंट भी थे, पर ह्यूज, बिकॉज़ इन इंडिया नो वी लाइक बिंजिंग कंटेंट, और फिर उस पे जोक्स मारने का, क्या देखा होगा गंदा कंटेंट बनाया है. पर अच्छी चीजें भी तो है. यूट्यूब पे भी क्रिंज कंटेंट है, पर कोई देखता नहीं, पर हर जगह पे होता है. सो वी डाइवर्स आवर ऑडियंस एंड वी डाइवर्स आवर थिंग्स एंड क्रिएट कंटेंट अकॉर्डिंगली. दैट्स व्हाट ही सेड, एंड व्हिच इज ट्रू.
Right.
क्रिंज कंटेंट पे भी बहुत लोगों की दुकान चल रही है, जस्ट सेइंग.
Yeah, so
I would like to say कि हम लोग सारे बड़े लकी हैं, और मैं तो एटलीस्ट बहुत ग्रेटफुल हूँ. आई एम श्योर सभी हैं कि हम ऐसे एवोल्यूशन का हिस्सा हैं कि इन्फ्लुएंसर कोई स्कूल में नहीं पढ़ाई थी, कोई कोर्स नहीं था. हम लोगों ने अपने आप ही पायोनियर बन के बना डाला कुछ, तो हमारा नाम स्वर्ण अक्षरों से जाएगा इतिहास में. आगे कोर्सेज होंगे, हम लोग को शायद फैकल्टी के रूप में बुलाया भी जाएगा. धंधा है हम लोगों के पास, तो आगे 2 साल में और बढ़ेगा ये सब, और अपॉर्चुनिटीज और खुलती जाएंगे. हम और सब लोग ना अपना नीश ढूंढ लेते हैं. तो मैंने जैसे अपना छोटा मोटा एक नीश ढूंढ लिया है, आप लोगों ने बड़ा नीश ढूंढ लिया है, लेकिन सबके लिए जगह है, सबके लिए मौका है. तो इवोल्यूशन का हिस्सा है, एंजॉय कर रहे हैं, और टेक वन ब्रांड एट अ टाइम एंड मेक मनी.
ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोग को ब्रांड्स पसंद, वी लव टू वर्क विद ब्रांड्स. मालूम पड़ा कल से पैसे नहीं आएंगे, बट द थिंग इज, आई टेल यू, व्हाटएवर इन द कैपेसिटी ऑफ द मनी वी हैव राइट नाउ, उससे हम लोग इतना ही सोच पाते हैं कि इतना ही बना सकते हैं, और इतना ही है जैसे हम लोग भी बना सकते हैं. बट व्हेन वी गेट अ ब्रांड, नो, वी कैन थिंक लार्जर. वी कैन थिंक स्टूडियो जा सकते हैं हम लोग, अच्छा गुड लुकिंग वीडियो बना सकते हैं, जहाँ पे हम लोग, स्क्रिप्ट तो हमारी होगी, बट वी कैन थिंक गुड. We can get ऐसा कि हम लोग को चाहिए कि प्लेन में कुछ वीडियो बनाना चाहिए, तो we can get a plane, we can hire, because we have money to get a plane.
Right.
Collaborate for that private
Yes.
Right.
Subtle.
So last closing words from you in terms of how do you look at this, the next 2 years
So
from
Have you guys seen watched the movie Incredibles? Pixar. There's this really interesting line that the villain says. The villain sort of wants everyone to be a superhero because when everyone's a superhero, no one is. The positive side of it is what's happening with the democratization of the platforms is everyone has the platform. I feel like not in the near future, but in the distant future, the idea of the influencer will morph, and there will be so many influencers that there won't be an influencer anymore. What that will turn into is a creator model.
Right.
So ads will stop working, and what works as ads today will become creator content tomorrow. And that's the stuff that as a very, very subjective point of view, I foresee that happening to brands tomorrow. And I make this analogy very often, where I say what we are doing today in terms of marketing ads, that's an elevator pitch versus what creator economies and creator marketing and content marketing and influencer marketing, what that does is like a really good date, because you're pulling the person in and you're inviting them for an experience. That's where everything will move to. That's my POV.
I'll also add a little bit of my opinion. I feel ki कुछ influencers would become brands. कि कुछ influencers would create their own products, अपनी services build करेंगे, and some have also done that. हमने भी करा, and it has been very, very successful because free distribution मिल जाता है, and it would create billion-dollar brands in a matter of 6 months or something, because the top influencers can do that right now, and I have seen people do it. I've talked to people who have done it.
Right.
And a lot of brands would become creators. They would come into the content space and they would figure out कि content कैसे बनाना है, and they would become creators themselves. And I think इसके बीच में एक चीज और होगी कि I think जो collaboration है इन दोनों के बीच का, ये जो partnerships हैं, ये काफी ज्यादा strong होने वाली है. तो that is one thing मेरे को लगता है कि बहुत ज्यादा strongly होगी.
Awesome. There's so much more to talk, but unfortunately we are overrun already by about 5 minutes. So if anyone has any questions, you can send it and directly to those power-packed influences. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we're done.
Check. All right. Sorry to be the warden of this conversation, but yes, we've run out of time. But you know all of these influencers. Most of you are following them. So DM them and hopefully they'll check. Yes. And answer your questions. But thank you so much. It was such an engaging and, really informative conversation that we've had. I'd request all of you to just step forward for a picture together. And I'd also like to invite on stage Vikram Kari, Senior Director of Products of India. Join us on stage. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. As we move forward for our next session, we're going to hear the success story. So I'd request to quickly clear the stage, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we're going to hear the success story from Shivani Bell, Chief Marketing Officer, Pure Play Skin Sciences, Plum. I request all of you to join me in welcoming Shivani. A very
Hi, a very good evening to everybody. What I'm going to spend the next 10-15 minutes is to take you through the brand's perspective of how we view influencer marketing, and maybe share an example of how influencer marketing has been responsible for success for certain products that we've launched. I'll try to keep it as engaging as possible, so please bear with me. Just to set a little context as to who we are as a brand. So Plum is our flagship brand. It's a 100% vegan brand, and we operate in skin, hair, and color cosmetics. We have a sub-brand called Body Lovin', which is a bath and body extension of Plum. And then we have Fi, which is into male grooming. Our brands are about spreading goodness without costing the earth too much. And that's what we really believe in, what we stand for and we bring forward to our consumer base. The Body Lovin' brand is all about loving every inch. And that's the proposition that we bring about with this category of products, which are much more fun. How influencer marketing really helps us in bringing forward all of this is something that I would want to take you through. These are a couple of values that we really stand for, and any marketing mix that we approach also is an extension of these values. Of course, customer delight. When we approach influencer marketing, we first solve for what's in for the consumer rather than trying to do a hard sell about the product. And the previous panel also spoke very strongly about it. We let the influencers create content. We really don't compartmentalize it in very strong briefs. There's an overarching brief that is shared with the influencers, but we give them all the leeway because they understand their audience better. Of course, transparency when it comes to our products, when it comes to any communication, we do not hide anything. We are as black and white as it can get from an offering perspective. And that also helps us in building trust with the consumers. Of course, we are all about spreading goodness. So through our content strategy, we also bring about good to the planet. We are partners with 1% for the Planet, where 1% share of our sales goes every year towards WWF. In the past, we were associated with saving the snow leopard. As of now, we are working with beach cleanup drives with WWF as well. Just a little context setting as to where we are, because I think this will give you a perspective of the strategy that unfolds when it comes to influencer marketing. We are a multi-channel brand. We are amongst the top 5 skincare brands in different marketplaces. As far as our spread goes, we are in about 300 towns, in over 300 assisted outlets, more than 15,000 unassisted outlets. We already have exclusive outlets, which are 10 in number, and every month we are adding 1 or 2 more doors. So that's as far as the overall expanse of the brand really goes. Of course, you're present in all top retailers, whether online and offline. I think what are the challenges one is facing? And I can say that with hand on heart for every brand and brand custodian that is there in this room today or outside, right? It's a very, very diverse consumer set that we are addressing. There is no one fixed solution that can serve the needs of every consumer. I think the linear funnel that really exists long time back, which was all about, top of funnel awareness, consideration, and purchase doesn't really exist. I think it's morphed into more of a sphere where the consumer is bouncing within that sphere across all touch points, which makes the life even more harder for brands. Of course, constant change in consumer behavior, change in trends doesn't make our life any simpler at that. And to top it all, clutter, right? How many skincare brands today, in the market, and one mushrooming in every corner of the country every now and then. So it just makes life even more tougher for brands like us. That if that was not enough, I think these are all the parameters that even add more to the complexity for brands, right? There's language, there's skin type, there is age, gender, income level, exposure level, education level, understanding trends. I mean, I can go on and on. I'm sure we all collectively can add another 10, 15 to this, if not more. Which brings to the point that there's not going to be a one set pattern that can work for every launch that you do, or even across categories. What works for skin as a category may not work for color cosmetics, may not work for hair, right? So you need to come and offer a distinct go-to market with each of these launches. So I'm just going to take you through one case study, which we're really proud of. And today, the product that I'm showing you is the vitamin C serum. It is a number 2 across all marketplaces. And this is one product which has been built on the back of influencer marketing. And just going to take you through how we kind of followed this entire journey through in the last 1 year of its launch. Of course, when you launch a product, you want people to know, right? But this is a more nuanced product. It's not like selling a face wash, which is a wash-off product, and you really don't need to hard sell it. When it comes to a serum category, there's more education that needs to be imparted to the consumer, hence solving what's in for them rather than trying to solve for the brand as such. And again, a category which needs to be built on credibility. So while you would probably take, the celebrity influencers to create, awareness, but when it comes to credibility, efficacy, talking sense about ingredients, you really need to go to the specialist. And that's exactly the approach that we took. Of course, target audience essentially was 18 to 35. Like I said, it's a very nuanced product. It's talking about 15% ethyl ascorbic. It's talking about mandarin. It's talking about a lot of ingredients, which even sure a lot of people in this audience would find it hard to understand. So how do you really dumb it down and make it more approachable is the way forward that we had to kind of solve for. 2 big channels for us, Instagram and YouTube. While Instagram, the approach was very simple, that we took care of very snackable content, which was more friendly for the platform. But long form content on YouTube was hardcore education about what serums are, what is vitamin C, what is the ingredient, what is the benefit, how do you layer and pair with other products that are available in the market. So prime underlying factor through this influencer campaign was to create a lot of education content with the specialists. Now, with any campaign that you're doing, you have to set aside what your key objective is and what the key communication parameter is going to be. Like I mentioned, we did not force fit, that these are the 5 things that every influencer really needs to talk about. What we gave them was the ingredient understanding. What we told them was that you need to concentrate on what the end benefit of this product is, which was glow in this case. And of course, we tried to keep a color appeal so that there is more resilience and then more brand recall with respect to this product. In terms of our content strategy, in terms of the format strategy rather, for Instagrams, we all know Reels really do well. We continue to do that. We also threw a lot of education carousel content through influencers. Video stories where we wanted to track and have attributable traffic through influencers. And of course, every brand wants to do all of this for business at the end of the day. But that was not the key objective, right? I think a lot of brands fail when they try to use influencer marketing as, or rather they keep sales as a KPI for influencer marketing. We at Plum do not promote that at all. Yes, if sales come, great, but the idea is not to take that as a primary KPI. That's always a secondary KPI when we approach influencer marketing. And YouTube, like I said, we talked about a lot of integrated videos and not standalone videos to drive further more credibility. We were absolutely fine when we were being compared to other products and other brands in the market. In terms of the overall mix, I think there are certain fundamentals that we really believe in and have, consistently proven are successful for us. One is long-term association with creative partners. I think it goes a long way in building credibility, and specifically when you're talking about a skin-first brand, right? I mean, to ask a consumer to put an active-based serum requires the influencer to be really highly credible and be looked upon, right? You're not just going to get anybody, who can create content and has a follower base to be able to do that. So there is a very, very stringent shortlisting process that we follow. We have a great in-house team. Of course, we work with a lot of agencies as well, but the mandate for the team is to actually vet each and every influencer so that we understand the credible aspect of it. Of course, awareness and those metrics, their reach, followers, engagement, yes, those are hygiene. But beyond that, what kind of brands have they been associated with? What sort of content have they been able to create in this similar space? So a lot of checks and balances that we keep in mind before shortlisting any particular influencer. For this particular campaign, it was a great mix between macros and micros, and we did layer it out with about a 10% mix coming from celebrity influencers for instant eyeballs for this particular launch. Besides this, at Plum, we have a very active, almost 2,000 influencers affiliate program, which till today are running campaigns and creating content for us. And even through the affiliate program, till date, it's been more than a year of launch. Vitamin C serum happens to be our highest seller. So I think one big learning is ongoing engagement, nurture the content creators, make them grow with you. And I think that's where there is a win-win situation for both the brand as well as the content creator. Of course, influencer marketing is never in isolation. So our entire social campaign, content, all reach and frequency-based campaigns had the similar messaging to reinforce what the key communication was. These are the kind of content pieces on education that we were initiating with a lot of content creators as well and on our social media handles, which is actually decoding and making life simpler. I mean, skin business in India is still evolving. Consumers are still evolving. There is no 100% understanding of what products are available. And I think if a brand can take the high ground of trying to educate and make life simpler, it goes a long way in generating and building customer loyalty. Just skimming through, like I said, we associated with a lot of celeb influencers to get more and more eyeballs and instant awareness and talkability around it. Other key influencers were mostly beauty influencers, going back to my couple of slides that I was talking about, where there's education leading to credibility, right? Because they have a loyal fan following. They swear by their recommendations, and that is exactly what we wanted to play along with. Of course, once this was done, we had a new brand ambassador on board. And what we then did was, did a complete SOV campaign with YouTube on top 100 beauty influencers, again, helping to further drive credibility and be seen at the right place, right? Because beauty content is being consumed on YouTube. So why not show and reinforce your advertising through these content influencers? Just to summarize, right? I mean, we did all of this what did we gain out of it at the end of the day? What we gained out from an Instagram perspective was a very healthy CPV of 0.47, which is great by any industry standards. Even when it comes to YouTube, we were at a CPV of 0.54. I think one point that I would really like to emphasize here is that for brands and agencies, the KPIs that you really gun for, I mean, you would not see sale here, right? Sale is an end result when it comes to influencer marketing. But what's really, really critical is that your primary KPIs are very, very well defined. What did all of this, engaging with more than 600 influencers, 2,000 affiliates really result into? As on date, we are number 2 on Amazon, just next 1 year, which is, of course, really pumping a lot of money on top of mind, national television bursts, etc. The vitamin C campaign has never seen the face of television. It has only been supported in the last 1 year with extensive influencer marketing. And of course, we've coupled that with reach and frequency-based advertising as well. And we are one of the best sellers in this category on Nykaa. So all of this really gives us the confidence that influencer marketing is here to stay and will deliver results if done right. And I think just the last slide I want to take you through is what our learnings are as a brand, right? Relevant content, please solve for the consumer first and then for the brand. I think it's extremely important. Attention span is not more than a second, like we were discussing in the previous discourse as well. What's in for the consumer, solve for that, understand the content creator and what they can bring on board rather than trying to give them a checklist of things that you want to be spoken about only. Let that natural flair of that content creator be appreciated. Consistency, I think for driving credibility, it's important that you work with similar sort of consumers or influencers over a long period of time. It really helps build credibility. And we have seen results, on a positive side, not just for this campaign, for multiple campaigns that we end up doing. Vernacular mix, I think I just missed talking about it even during the campaign. Tier 2, Tier 3 vernacular is here to stay. We've seen far better CPVs, far better engagement, far better ROI from a sale perspective, the moment we have a great mix of vernacular content. Again, give the consumer the language that they really want to be spoken to in. Do not force fit English as your primary medium of communication, even while creating content. Keep an eye on trends. I don't really need to elaborate much on this, but what worked probably 1 year back may not be working for my launch that I'm going to do another 3 months down the line. So you need to continuously reinvent as a brand. And I think I've mentioned this enough. Look at the right KPIs. The other day I was speaking to an upcoming brand, and the co-founder just mentioned to me that, how do you measure your ROI? We are not seeing sales happening. We've used the best of the influencers, etc. But I think it's just the wrong primary KPI. It's okay to have it as a secondary KPI, but primary KPI needs to be more on engagement and views. And I think that really is the success story for a lot of brands who approach it this way rather than trying to get instant sales and then, culling off influencers who've not been able to do that. That's about it from me. I hope I could just add 2 cents of our experience and add value to yours. Thank you so much.
Stay with me, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shivani. I'd like to invite Suchi, SETI Business Head, Anytag, to please join us on stage. We have a small token of appreciation, Shivani, which we'd like to present. We're coming to the most awaited and also the last session for the summit. This is a fireside chat between Kaushik Mukherjee, co-founder and COO of Sugar Cosmetics, and Naval Ahuja, co-founder of E4M. Before we call them on stage, a quick reminder. That power of social influencers to build India's most loved brand. With that, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Kaushik Mukherjee, co-founder of Instagram. Let's put our hands together and welcome them. Brilliant energy in the house.
Thank you, Khyati. Look forward. Good to have you here, Kaushik. Thank you for being here, and thanks to people who have stayed back. It's been a long day of, back-to-back sessions. As I mentioned at the start, this is an initiative we started last year, the influencer marketing initiative, and we launched a report in the influencer marketing space, which maps what's happening in the ecosystem, the size of the ecosystem. In fact, the report that we released today along with INCA, which is a Group M unit, says that influencer marketing is likely to touch 2005 crores in the next few years. And this is not, as we have reiterated many times, this does not include spends that go on influencer, the buying of media through influencer marketing. This is money that is being spent by brands like Sugar Cosmetic on, hiring influencers, using them across various media verticals. So thank you for doing this, Kaushik. Thanks for being here. Kaushik, as you all know, is the co-founder of India's one of the hottest, or if we can call it, startups. And as we know, it's a company that is widely followed on social media. And while I was going through the report that we've curated with Group M, it also says that cosmetics and beauty is a category that lends itself naturally to use of influencer marketing. In fact, it is one of the categories that is the highest in terms of use of influencer marketing. And you guys have been experts at it. So tell us, Kaushik, what are the things, a few things that Sugar Cosmetics has done right that has made it one of the most followed sort of brand companies on social media?
Like building a brand, there are always starting troubles, but we will switch tracks and grab some mic if need be and channel if need be. But Naval, thank you so much for having us here. I know she mentioned that this is a very much awaited session. I hope it's not because it's the last session, but I'm here to share whatever I can, be very candid about it. Naval, you mentioned how Sugar has been scaling and we're being seen as experts of this. I want to add a caveat to that. I think we've been at it for a very long while. We've been very long-term believers. So वो कहते हैं ना कि at some point in time you run out of mistakes to make and things start working. I think we've seen that happen, and that has compounded over a period of time. But to your question, I think when we started building Sugar, a lot of our investors, the market said that, look, guys, skincare is a much larger category. Why are you trying to build cosmetics? It's growing, but it's also smaller base. Now, we observed something very interesting back then. Because consumption of content was happening on personal devices, it was easier to get traction on and engagement on a category like cosmetics. Because see, today, I mean, it's beautiful. I was taking notes from Shivani, your session about how skincare brands have, worked social media so beautifully these days. But back then we used to feel that at the end of the day, skincare dissolves in your skin. So it would be very hard to engage the audience. And it had to be more nuanced for us. You unpack a box of lipstick and you swatch it and you see color and you see the audience react. So back then, when people were just figuring out what to make of the content, it was a very, very hungry online population that wanted to learn what to do with makeup, how to use makeup. So it was a mix of education and also entertainment, edutainment, if you will, a much abused word these days. But I think that having done it consistently over a period of time helped us, because, and I want to reiterate this, we can't always over-index on engagement, because I was just having a conversation yesterday wherein I sort of banned my LinkedIn, my colleague, my dear colleague who leads that, saying that यार तुम बहुत ज़्यादा poll कर रहे हो, इतना poll क्यों कर रहे हो? And they're like engagement होता है. I'm like हद है. I'm like you can do polls, but then unless you opine on the result of the poll, you're not building thought leadership. So what is this poll? I'm boosting my engagement numbers. I'm like, yeah, that's cheating. So I think we got to be true to what we stand for. Similar to running an Instagram page. I mean, there are incredibly high engagement accounts and pages that are a meme factory. There's nothing wrong with being a meme factory. But then as a brand, do I want to be a meme factory? I can't be. At best, I can do one out of maybe, I don't know, 20, 30 posts. So some of these guardrails that we scale, some of what you measure, the difference between primary and secondary KPIs, we've been sort of sharpening our stance on it
So
for a
tell
long
us, very interesting that you make these points. And in fact, I think a
time.
lot of
You want your mic back?
brands
This is
working now.
okay.
A lot of brands and agencies who are sitting here today have been kind of struggling with this entire thing in terms of what KPIs to set. And Shivani also made a very important reference to that. And there are dozens of views out there in the market. There are brands who revel in doing memes online. Some want to continue to do polls. Some, despite the view some of us hold, want to drive sales as the KPI. What is a good mix and balance to have 4-5 KPIs which you can measure, say, over a period of time, and also link back to the influencers you are using to judge whether what you've been working on worked or not?
So, and I'll say this knowing that there are many agencies in this room. It is very, very dangerous to go down the line of promising sales. I hope my team is not listening to me, but it is. Because see, at the end of the day, no matter how and where you market, ultimately it boils down to the funnel: awareness, interest, desire and action. So in India, you can't force somebody to buy your product. They will buy your product when they want to buy your product. So your only option is to be in their consideration set at the time when they need that kajal or when they need the vitamin C serum. So zabardasti, you can't make someone buy it. So then what are we solving for? You can pump in coupons, tweak discounts. It's not going to build sales. So if the conversation is around sales, I know sometimes to meet sales numbers, you have to promise sales, but I think it's not a very honest conversation. And so I actively discourage such conversation and say that, okay, it's not that we will not measure anything, but I will hold you accountable to reach. I will hold you accountable to engagement, impressions, sales. I'm okay to let it go because, as long as I'm in the consideration set and people are in the funnel, then the product team has to work on how my product views to say add to cart percentage increases, how my add to cart to checkout percentage increases. Your job is to get the person to walk to my store. That's it. Because I think as a new brand, people don't even care about you. So you're not in anybody's consideration set. I think content marketing is a lot about featuring in people's consideration set. Anything above that is not being honest.
I think, this takes back to the old days of, start of television in India, where people were just doing advertising on cricket or other programs just to be in the consideration state when you were coming up with, brands owned by behemoths like Levers and, Procter and Gamble's of the world. And you just wanted people to be able to sample your product, look at your product. I think content marketing and all of these new age digital platforms are in many ways reinventing all of that learning again in dare I say, a far more complex manner. Tell us now, moving on to Kaushik, the sort of the entire gamut of influencer marketing. One aspect and the perhaps most important aspect here is the use of influencer itself, right? And this is kind of an evolution of how brands came to use brand ambassadors. Companies have been using brand ambassadors for as long as advertising has existed. And today that use of influencers has got very complex. There are A-listers and there are macro influencers, micro influencers, nano influencers. When you keep going down the funnel, look at smaller influencers who might have deep penetration but not as wide in terms of following. What is your view in terms of how do you look at this entire piece, and how do you use each category of influence and for what kind of activity that you're looking to do?
Fabulous question. I think, see, historically, the best part about the last decade is that it has democratized influence on purchasing thanks to a rise of digital influencers. Now, everything is clubbed under that. Your micro, nano, and your celebrities as the three pies. I think what we do is we ask ourselves, what's the desired, why are we thinking of engaging with someone? And I think that has very clear, distinct answers. We are either engaged with an influencer for content, or we are engaging for media, or we are engaging for just trust. And I'll just add a nuance to all of that. See, initially when we do influencer marketing earlier, we said, okay, wow, this is really expensive, but then she's got crazy following. So let's just, dil pe patthar rakh ke, push our content. And we used to wait that, okay, I'm going to be featured in this celebrity's post. And when we were featured, we were aghast. And I'll tell you why we were aghast. Because firstly, our story appeared sandwiched between 12 stories. Okay, cut. I'm like, okay, I didn't even feature. And even the post, it's like a very, see, it's important to understand a struggler influencer is going to take your content, buy paraphernalia about it, around it, and make a post which is sometimes outstanding. They're going to spend 6 hours for a look. Now, let's say a macro influencer, he or she doesn't need to take so much effort to earn the 5 lakhs she will out of making a post. So why will they take that effort? So we are very clear that if there is a campaign that needs to be amplified using media, that's when we really hit the celeb accounts. And that's when we really, invest money in the macro accounts. But on a daily basis, we have a small team in-house where there's somebody who we internally jokingly call it the casting director. Okay, it's her job to uncover people who are under 5K influencers. And we have done this before, wherein we have spotted someone who had exceptional talent, and we reached out and said that, what, we have a 2 million plus account on Instagram. We love your work. What do you want? Take any product you want. We want to feature your work. And for them, they want recognition. Earlier, recognition was still not very tightly coupled because you had to tag them. Now with collaboration posts, it's become even easier to give credit, and they see a huge follower boost. So they take the effort to create outstanding content. So whenever we want great quality content, we do that. Whenever we want media, we do macro influencers. The only catch with the first one is it's like an escalator. You catch them, and I'll give an example. I saw one of the slides, this really talented creator, Nagma. We used to work with Nagma when she was sub 10K, and and many others like her. So they start off there. It's like an escalator. You go, rise, and then suddenly you realize they're spiraling out of control. 100K, 200K, and obviously at one point in time they stop working with you because they are not the young, the early. So then we shift them to the media category and say, okay, we'll now work with you only maybe once a quarter. So it's a never-ending. It's a little bit of hard work discovering the new talent, but there are so many people who are hungry for that opportunity that so far it's been scaling.
Yeah, I mean, very relevant and interesting the points you make. One of the charts in the report I noticed kind of reflects what you're saying is that the use of celebrity or, the types of influencers, 68% of the influencers used by brands are in the category of macro and micro. The least used are celebrity and mega, naturally because of cost considerations and the very relevant and important point you just made about the effort they're putting in.
And nothing against them. They don't
That's
need
right.
to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just the fan following, the following on social media brings the traction that you're looking
Yes.
for. But this is the sweet spot as we are talking about. Micro influencers constitute almost half of the entire, influencer marketing pie. And this is where the sweet spot, lies for brands. Obviously, you want to be judicious in terms of which ones are using. One of the things that people keep talking about, again, the report mentions that, which is that when you work with influencers, one of the important aspects is bringing trust to the table. People follow what they say more than what, a A-lister would say in a regular ad, right? But it's a very thin line, right? The trust that followers have on the influencer, as well as the trust that the brand is trying to create in the consumer's mind. What is your view on this, Kaushik, in terms of, when you go hiring a, influencer, there is obviously a temptation to hire the best possible person who can deliver the reach and engagement metrics that you are, looking to deliver. On the other hand, there is also a very important aspect of creating trust with the consumer and the trust that the influencer has with the consumer. So how do you marry these two? They're not contradictory sort of objectives in many ways, but how do you get the best possible outcome on these two objectives?
So I think our team makes a clear distinction between whether it's a campaign, say it's a Valentine's Day campaign or a Women's Day campaign, or if it's a new launch outreach. Because in a campaign can have a brief, because that's the nature of a campaign, that this is the message you want to drive. You can't control the message if you're sending products for review, because then you're being, again, dishonest. And that you could still get away with trying to control the narrative maybe 3 years back. Today you can't, because if you're sending that to, say, maybe 50 influencers, one of them will be smart enough to know that if I do a contrarian take of this and saying that, oh, look, this brand is trying to control what I want to say, they're going to get even more engagement out of the campaign. So I think those days are gone. Every brand has to be okay with an honest review of their product, and we are fine with that. So there are many PR outreaches which actually we have very few, associations where we have a coupon code. I mean, we've often talked about how brands like, let's say, DV, Daniel Wellington, they've really scaled using coupon codes. We've never been able to figure that out, probably because our current crop of influencers, they're more used to the cadence of receiving products and reviewing it, and we sometimes get mixed reviews. Sometimes, because you are being honest with the influencers, if there is something really off, like there was one time when we had sent a product where the mono carton, the outside carton, it was not pasted as well as it should have. They actually didn't put up the post and send the product back to us. Completely appreciate that, because it saved us some embarrassment on social media. I think that happens because we have that equity with them. Otherwise, they would have posted it.
Fantastic. Let me come to the other side, the sort of mirror side of influencer marketing, which is the platforms that you work on. And the exit of TikTok from India has opened a whole host of possibilities when it comes to short video platforms. You've anyway been working with the likes of Instagram and some of the other platforms. How do you sort of look at the entire mix of platforms when you do influencer marketing, because each platform comes with its own set of strengths, also lends itself to certain type of content curation, storytelling. Some influencers might be strong on Instagram, while others might be strong on short video, for example. And it's it's not a very simple matrix, so to say, while you're choosing platform, influencer that matches that platform, and the content that you want to create. So how do you handle that matrix in terms of how do you create your campaigns?
So I think we are a little paranoid about this, because in our early days, I remember Facebook used to be a big deal. And one of my really close friends used to run this blog back then called makeupandbeauty.com. They had 1 million followers on Facebook and insane traction. And the way they track as engagement has been throttled on the platform. Today, when I look at people saying that, it looks like Instagram is also throttling the engagement, should we invest in it? So today in India, today on Instagram, we are amongst Indian consumer brands, there is no brand which has a higher following count than us, 2.4 million. Team's very happy. I'm telling that in the look, 2030, we have no guarantee whether Instagram is going to be relevant or not. So we can celebrate today, but what are the niches that are emerging out of that? Like if you look at Instagram 3 years back, it was mostly fashion, it was mostly beauty. Instagram has become big for finance. I mean, there are people there was finance with Sharan, there's Neha Nagar, they have massive following, right? So what if tomorrow that becomes mainstream and there's a finance specific social media platform that rises? How does a brand like Sugar even make a play over there? I don't know today.
One of the stories I read recently on an international publication is about in America how TikTok is becoming the primary source of niche topic specific education for people.
Yes.
Right. I mean, who would have thought about that?
So which is what scares me, because if I look at the pilots which Instagram is running on other geographies, they're moving towards live commerce. Now I agree, live commerce is going to be huge in India, but that means they are moving towards the bottom of the funnel, which means you can't focus on top and bottom both, right? Which means it leaves the top of the funnel for brands like us open again, and we have to scramble to see which is the next big platform. Like one of the campaigns we did with Moj, we were insanely surprised, because here we are talking about impressions in hundreds of millions, and there in 2 weeks we are like, okay, billion plus views. How is this happening? And then we realized that we Sugar Cosmetics is operating in a bubble. We don't know what's happening outside in the new platform. Then now there are guardrails that you have to spend so much of your influencer marketing on new platform. You decide, Josh, Moj, You decide, but you have to, because otherwise we're just going to be left behind.
Absolutely. Experimentation, like you started by saying, unless you make mistakes, you won't, get it right. That's why experimentation is very important for brands, as long as it is done with, the basics in place. Tell me, we've spoken about, having or not having sales as the main KPI. What are the other mistakes you have made, or you've seen other brands make on influencer marketing, which you think are, avoidable? And with the changing face of this entire influencer marketing piece, and the continuous growth of social media platforms will become even more important as we move along.
So I don't know about other brands. I have a laundry list of mistakes which we've made. I think hard sell, number one mistake. Earlier we used to, before we were a bit more nuanced, we thought influencers were a sales channel. Big mistake. I mean, firstly, nobody likes, they're there to create content and receive the love of their fans. Nobody's there being a salesman for you, right? So early days, 2018 and all that, we changed our view on that. Now, second thing is a bit more nuanced. See a lot of brands pushing their sales and discount-led offers as posts. Now, here's where I think about a couple of years back, we took a call and said that, look, if we want to push a sale, I will push it on stories, but I will not push it on my feed. And I'll tell you why. See, feed mein kya hota hai? They have followed me, hence I'm in your feed. So if I push sales content, at some level, I'm abusing your trust, because in that feed, I'm trying to push my sales. They'll just unfollow, right? Nobody wants to follow if you continue to push sales. But if I push it to my stories, see, stories, I'm not intruding upon your feed. You are opting to check my stories by tapping on the circle. If you're opting to check my stories and you see my story, then okay, next time you will not tap my stories, but at least you will not unfollow me. And we've had like every year is different. Some years you double in revenue, some years you scramble to hit 70%, 60%. So there are many times with different SBUs within the company will come and say, can you direct some traffic to this platform? And we've said that, happy to do that, but not on feed. It has to be on our stories, because once a customer actually unfollows you, I have never unfollowed a brand and followed the brand back. I don't know. So I think that's a mistake we also make, that yes, you want to amplify the offers and promotions, but we're in a hamster wheel cycle, right? I mean, if one thing ends, like Black Friday, Cyber Monday got over, now there's extended Black Friday.
I mean, the sales season never ends
globally
now, not just in India. Last one, I can see buzzer. We are over time already. The one of the other fundamental piece, the third piece of this entire influencer marketing thing is the content you create.
Yes.
With the influencer and then put it on the platform. And content perhaps is the most important piece, so to say, because that requires a lot of creativity, that requires a lot of thought, that requires marrying the strength of the platform, the following and strength of the influencer. While you have a brand philosophy, what are the ethos of the brand, curating that content puzzle is, the difficult piece, so to say, because we've come a long way from the 30-second era. Right. And each platform requires very sort of different custom made approach. So how do you approach it when you look at curating content with such a long list of influencers across multiple platforms?
So Naval,
and present a kind of unified message to
That's that. So earlier we used to make the mistake of, pushing different adapts of the same content on different platforms. I mean, that doesn't help anyone. It's not what the platform is built for. But I think the content itself has changed. If you remember, when Instagram was becoming popular, flat lays used to be very popular. People used to arrange this, take a photo from the top, great. Kahan gaya flat lays? It's gone. It's dead now, right? So now people don't care about the product. People care about what you do with the product. It's more like you won't show the iPhone. You also shot on an iPhone. What are you creating with the product? So for a beauty brand especially, it's incredible how much engagement you can make with what you can create, the looks. That's why I think, tying back to your first question, what you create with that is very important. And the challenge that I see is that earlier on YouTube, you had 6 to 7 minutes to explain your point and show how the look has been created. That got crunched to maybe 30-second reel right now. So the attention span is going to continue to decrease. So what we talk about, that look, this is what we stand for, doesn't really change over a period of time, but the medium changes, and the time span you have of the of your consumer, that changes. So the brief to the team is very simple. Even if Instagram allows you 15 seconds of a reel, please create it in 9 because there is no guarantee that somebody's going to watch you for 15 seconds.
8-second rule.
Yeah,
Always remember that. And 8 seconds is also 8 seconds too long, perhaps.
No.
Thank you with that.
Thank you.
Kaushik, thank you so much for spending time with us. If there are any questions from the audience, we'll be happy to take that. Time permitting, maybe 2-3 questions. Sam, you have something to ask. Can we get a mic to Mr. Balsara?
Absolutely.
Vivek, mic.
But you'll need it.
Yes, we have
So Kaushik, first, congratulations on creating a super brand like Sugar. You know, obviously Sugar is a new age brand. And I'm very curious to know, you know, if this information is shareable, what kind of a promotion mix do you follow today? So if you're totally spending, say, 100 rupees on advertising and promotion and everything, I mean, how much of it is, say, television, how much is influencer, how much is on paid campaigns? Would you like to give us an idea of what a new age brand, how it looks at it in your current stage of evolution?
Sure. So with one caveat, sir, the only caveat is that we are now, unfortunately, beginning to represent less of a new age brand. And now we are like making spends on television, which sometimes give me sleepless nights. But so I will tell you what our percentage wise current mix is. So currently out of our year spend, we spend about 30 to 35% on television, which is not what Sugar had spent anywhere close to when we were actually growing and we hit the say 200 crore mark earlier last year. So apart from that, there's about 10 to 15% of pure content marketing and influencer marketing. There is, of course, another 10 to 15% of actually more, 20% of performance marketing, which goes into our campaigns, which drive the top of the funnel for our website and our apps, because that's also a significant part of our overall sales. The remaining portion is the visibility we commit to our channel partners. So which is the glow signboards, the standees, lollipops, and the sometimes billboards on months which we do it. So that's how the mix is right now.
So which means almost, 40% or slightly more of that advertising spend, if you leave out the channel partner, is still on TV. I mean, that's a significant number.
It's TV for this year. And so we are now just beginning to make our annual operating plan for next FY. So we are questioning everything that, okay, we did this. We finally bit the bullet. So what do we do? So there was a brand track. Again, brand track we never did earlier. Now there are people who have come in from larger FMCG companies to a company. So now we are also understanding the importance of it. So we did a brand track in, say, August. We're going to do that again in Jan. And if the numbers move, then we'll continue. Otherwise, we'll probably roll back a bit of that.
Very interesting, because if there are any TV advertising executives in the room, here's an opportunity for you to sort of tap into a brand that has, increased spends on TV and is now looking at how did that deliver and whether you want to keep it same or perhaps even increase it further, depending upon how it delivered.
Yes.
Right. And, for all of you, or, those of you who think that the era of television advertising is behind us, there is still a lot of juice left in, TV, while, digital grows and delivers a lot of performance. As Kaushik mentioned, TV still helps, companies like Sugar Cosmetics scale up, build their brand. Any other questions? Yes, there's one. Dharmendra.
Thank you. I'm seeing things happen which just seem like fiction. I don't even deliberately go to check out the fashion industry or go to, say, Nykaa Men or any other specialized, say, beauty portals. It just lands up on my Facebook wall or my Instagram wall. Every day I see something new. I don't know what's happened or how technology has evolved, but it looks like there are plenty of people who are entering the market, the beauty market. They just have this, they just think of a brand, they probably just open a dictionary and pull out a name, and everything else appears to be outsourced, because how can everybody get into manufacturing? So it's an absolutely crazy situation at an industry level. If you are a serious player, how do you face this virtually a new competitor every day? And specifically, how will you handle the influencers? Because then they'll be paid by those guys at a higher rate, and those guys may lose money, but then it hurts you too. So both industry level question generally and influencer level question.
So you're absolutely correct. I keep telling my people that you can wake up, book an Ola, go to Asangao, come back with your name painted on a nail paint bottle, and that'll be your brand you've created in 24 hours. It's actually become like
Okay,
that.
I've just created a small joke. This is 10-second joke. Can I tell you? I said,
Please.
I tell my friends, it seems to be evolving so much that tomorrow you'll have one hand cream for your thumb and one for index finger, and that's a ridiculous. There's a bum cream now available for men.
Oh my God.
It's
horrendous.
I think, Dharmendra, there are enough women using beauty products. Now people like you and me are the next sort of market, right?
And why is
People
it
like you
coming?
and me are now going to use beauty products.
And why is it coming on my wall?
I answered the question. I mean, we are the next set of customers.
So here I have a slightly old school thought here. I think the easier it gets to create products, the harder it gets to create brands. And which is why I drive the point home with my team that please choose where you want to compete and where you don't want to compete. Like the classic blue ocean, red ocean. Like last year, there was a friend / competitor of ours that raised all the money that was available in the market, raised the ground with all kinds of ads and free products and television. I'm like, no, इसमें तो compete कर ही नहीं सकते ना, तो why are you competing? मतलब just sit back, relax, enjoy the flight, let the bank balance come down a bit, and then we will compete again. Because see, the graveyard is littered with brands that could have been but discounted themselves. Still, people didn't want them anymore. Because in India, you can't force people to buy you. They have to want to buy it. It's a want category. It's not a need category. So preserving a brand and playing the long-term game is what I tell. For that, of course, you need money in the bank to play the long-term game, which is all that I think I personally try to optimize. That just don't go crazy because the competitor is going crazy with the discounts, with the promotions, and stick to your long-term.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kaushik. With that, it's a wrap for the
Thank you.
conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kaushik and Naval, may I request you to just step forward for a picture together? With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's the end of our second edition of Summit. Requesting all of you to please join us for the Impact Digital Influencer Awards. We will be commencing it shortly. Requesting the winners and the guests for the awards to kindly step out and re-register themselves for the evening ceremony. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience. I hope you all enjoyed the second edition of E4M Inca Report Unveiling and the Impact Influencer Marketing Conference 2022. Thank you so much. We will see you back at the awards.